Gentlemen, you guys ready? Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for being here. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the Commonwealth Transportation Board Workshop Agenda meeting. I appreciate everybody being here today. It's just a few opening remarks. We're back into our legislative session, as you know, so we're busy with that. And then we've had a couple of fun events in the last week or two with lots of snow, which directly impacts us, and the water crisis in Richmond had a big impact on a lot of us. I want to thank Mr. Davis, who reached out to me to provide assistance. It was it's not the Richmond water system is not a state responsibility, but obviously when anything bad happens, we all close ranks and try to help each other as best we can. And the state has been very involved with the mayor and the Richmond folks to try to make sure that the system is back up and functioning as it is today. So I just want to thank all the people that have been involved with that, some of my group and lots of people. When you have that sort of situation, when you have no water, it's an interesting, you take things for granted. It made me harken back to my days with my grandfather, who grew up in the country on a well filled by a windmill. And, sometimes you don't have water. And he was he looked at water like gold. And we weren't allowed to let the faucet run, and we were careful with water. I think most people don't really sort of understand that today, because we just turned the tap and expected it to come on and everything be fine. Well, we had a few days it wasn't here, and it was not fun, but we got through it. So I just want to thank everybody. And to the snow piece, we got walloped a couple times, notwithstanding some folks, but I would tell you that VDOT has done an outstanding job, both in just the regular work, but in the communications. We spent a lot of time reaching out to school boards and local officials and so forth to make sure we understood and they understood where we were. And we've got 130,000 miles of roads in this Commonwealth that the VDOT is responsible for. That's a lot of miles of road. And not everything happens at once, and it takes a little bit of time, and so we appreciate the patience of our citizens who understand that. But we've literally been working 24/7, and we'll talk a little bit about sort of how some of this impacts us. But at the end of the day, we mobilized across the state about 9,000 pieces of equipment, tons of people. And in Northern Virginia alone, I think we had 3,500 or 4,000 pieces of equipment. And when we're on a stage 5 or a level 5, which we were in various parts of the state at various times, when we do that in Northern Virginia, we spend about $1 million an hour. So just think about that. So every day is $24 million that we spend over and above what we expected to spend on a normal day to try to combat the impacts to our residents. So I will tell you that our governor has a posture that is over-prepare and execute to the highest levels. And if it costs us a little bit more money up front, we make sure we get that on the back end. And it's always better to over-prepare. And so the commissioner and his team, and really all the transportation folks, did that. They continue to do that, and I think our results have shown that. It's not easy, folks, and as I said, when you have 130,000 miles of roads, some of which are, particularly in the southern part of our state, are unpaved. You can't just go plow them, and there's a lot of them. And so we prioritize interstates and then primaries and then secondaries, big secondaries and then small secondaries. But sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get to everything to get it clear. And when you have snow after snow and cold temperatures and melt and freeze, it's very challenging. But I just want to thank the commissioner and all the folks at VDOT and all the transportation agencies for what they did, because I think they're extremely hard and done a great job. And we'll talk a little bit more about the impacts of that on budgets and numbers and so forth and so on as we get deeper. Appreciate you all being here today, and I look forward to the meeting. So with that, our first item on the printed agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I love Carol Mathis. Anybody that doesn't is going to come fight me. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Carol. I-81 Corridor Improvement Program 2024 update and next steps. We're going to start with Dave Covington. Morning, Dave. Welcome. How are you?
Morning, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I'm going to provide a brief update on the status of the capital improvement program, which will cover only a few slides, but I'll start with our takeaway scorecard because this gives a good snapshot of where we're at in time right now. And we can step down through the operational projects, additional improvement incident clearance times, safety service patrol expansion, additional traffic cameras, and additional message signs are all complete. We are now completing the arterial and signal upgrades, which constitutes a great number of signals on parallel and alternative routes along the corridor. That will be completed in June of this year. As for the capital improvement projects, we have completed 35 projects to date. We have 16 that are active construction projects and 14 remaining capital projects, many of which will go to the construction phase this year, all to be complete by 2035. Okay, this steps us through the project development process that we have here at VDOT, so you can see where projects are. At the bottom, I'm showing the numbers that we presented in October of 2023 to the I-81 Advisory Committee, so you can compare where we were in October of 2023 to where we are now. Currently, we have no projects in the planning phase. That will likely change in the near future as we begin to integrate more projects into the program. We have 2 projects that are in the preliminary engineering and environmental evaluation phase. I would like to move those 2 projects in the future into the design phase because we have begun design on those projects, but this is a reflection of what was shown to the I-81 committee last month. We currently have 12 projects in the design phase, no projects in right-of-way and utility coordination, again, 16 projects in the construction phase, and 35 projects complete. If you compare that to the numbers that were shown in October of 2023, what you see is these projects migrating through our project development process from planning all the way through to completion. So I'll take a look at each district, beginning with the Bristol district and working our way north. So what has been completed in Bristol district? There have been a great deal of projects completed in Bristol district. A lot of these are ramp extension projects that were deployed early in the I-81 corridor improvement program. We have 12 of those that have been completed in the district. We have 1 auxiliary lane. Again, an auxiliary lane is effectively connecting 2 interchanges with an additional lane. 1 auxiliary lane complete. 4 curb improvement projects are complete. That constitutes basically the flashing chevrons to give advance warning on challenging curves, and 1 truck climbing lane complete. So a look at what's under construction, and you will see that we have 2 truck climbing lanes, 1 in Chilhowie, 1 in Washington County. Both of those are scheduled to be complete in June of this year. We have an extension of a deceleration lane in Wythe County, which will be complete in November of this year. Also, one of the largest projects in Bristol district as part of this program, the southbound widening from exit 10 to exit 7, which is just north of Bristol. That will be complete in November of this year. We have an auxiliary lane at exit 73 to 72, which will be complete in November of next year, as well as a deceleration lane that will be complete November of next year, and extending the deceleration lane in Wytheville at exit 72 northbound, complete November of next year, and the auxiliary lane going from I-77 to I-81 in the southbound direction will be complete November of next year. Moving on to the Salem District, the completed projects we have 3 acceleration and deceleration lane projects, 2 at the Troutville Rest area, 1 at exit 89 in Pulaski. We have 3 curve improvements that have been completed. But what's under construction, these are some of the larger projects in the program. So this is what you're starting to see evolve as we worked our way through the design process, the permitting process, and now to construction. Are these several $100 million projects, the first of which being exit 137 to exit 141, both northbound and southbound in Salem. That project was our first large design build project to go to construction and will be complete in January of next year. Next, we have a recently awarded project from exit 143 to exit 150. So far, this is the largest project to be awarded a construction contract to date as part of the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program. And that project we'll see physical construction starting hopefully spring, if not spring by summertime of this year. And the completion date is March of 2031. So moving to Stanton District, we have 10 acceleration and deceleration lane projects complete and 1 curve improvement project. Projects that are currently under construction, you'll see a similar theme here to what we just talked about in Salem District. A rather large project from exit 221 to exit 225. So this is through the Stanton area that is currently under construction and will be completed in June of 2027. Just to the south of that, we have an important project that's an auxiliary lane project connecting exit 221 to exit 220. So this is when you are going 64 westbound, taking the exit to 81 southbound. That project will be completed in October 2025. We have recently awarded a contract in the Strasburg area to construct a southbound widening between mile marker 299 and 296, just south of the I-66 interchange. That will be complete in September of 2027. And another recently awarded contract to construct truck climbing lanes in both the northbound direction and southbound direction in the Weir's Cave area. Those 2 projects will be complete in 2028. They were bundled under 1 contract. Okay, a look ahead of what's coming on the program. And this is, again, broken down by district, working from south to north. You can see here exit 45 northbound deceleration lane at Marion and Bristol District. This is the sole remaining capital improvement project in Bristol District at the moment. In Salem District, we have 3 projects coming, or excuse me, actually 7 projects coming. 3 acceleration lane projects shown there on the top line, which will begin construction in 2025. We have the exit 128 to exit 137 widening, northbound and southbound. And a reminder that the southbound component was added last year, thanks to your approval for that. That will become the largest project awarded a contract on the corridor once we award that contract. It is.
Hey, remind me how much money we saved by doing that?
We saved at least $70 million, but based on current inflation, it's starting to look a little bit more like $80 million. But yes, sir, $70 million by moving that project in and bundling those 2 projects for delivery together.
Good work.
Yes, sir, thank you. And then the Christiansburg Mountain project from mile marker 116 to exit 128, that will also be a very challenging project that we anticipate going to construction in 2028. Looking at Stanton District, we have the widening through Harrisonburg, both northbound and southbound, another large challenging project that will be advertised and awarded a contract this year. We have the widening through Winchester. It says exit 313 to exit 317, but we have taken a close look at that project in a very preliminary stage and extended it further south and further north to accommodate some serious issues that exist, especially at exit 317. Due to lack of vertical clearance on the bridges over Route 11 and some congestion in that area, and coordinating with smart scale projects. So we really are trying to adjust the program to coordinate with the normal program that you deliver. We have 2 acceleration lanes and 1 deceleration lane extension at the Mount Sidney Rest area that will begin construction in 2028. Exit 205 to exit 200, so this is from Rafine to Fairfield in the southbound direction. Will begin construction in 2028, and exit 188 northbound acceleration lane will begin construction this year. That's a relatively small project, but all of these projects are rather important. That concludes the update to the program, and Mr. Secretary, if you wish to have questions, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Thank you. Let me make a couple comments.
Yes, sir.
It's been really nice to see a little bit of shift in comment over the last numbers of months. You know, this whole process started basically in 2019, so just 5 years ago. And we started at zero plans, $0, zero design, zero, and zero. And to get where we are has just been Herculean, in my view. And of course, once you tell a young child that Christmas is coming, they're wondering, is it tomorrow, right? And that's just the way life works, right? So once we started the program, it's like, let me see something, let me see something, let me see something. I don't see anything, I don't see anything. And now they're seeing things. And now it's like, you're messing me up, you're messing me up, you're messing me up. And that's a good thing because that's how it works, right? Unfortunately, we have to mess some things up to make them better. And so things get a little bit worse as we're doing construction than they would be if we didn't do any construction. But just like the HRBT, just like all across any of our construction projects, you have a little bit of pain along the way, and then you got Christmas shows up on Christmas morning. So I just want to continue to remind people that we've been blessed with being able to accelerate some of these things. The staff continues to look for opportunities. And we'll get into some of this more in a little bit, but the 81 committee continues to help guide us. We had a meeting with them a couple weeks ago now, Commissioner, to look at these, and they're sort of the local group, if you will, that sort of looks at all this and gives us their opinion and suggests what we should be doing differently or more. And so we appreciate that group particularly as they help us make sure that this is the best corridor that it needs to be and can be. I'll tell you, just sort of interweaving the snow into this, we had an interesting situation, Commissioner, in the first snowstorm where we got hit pretty hard on part of 81 and down in a particular section. You saw the graphics with truck climbing lanes. Well, you know, that's a real issue on 81 in different places, and that's one of the reasons that this is not a 81 widen everything for 325 miles. We go to where it needs help, and we triage it and fix where it needs help. And we came across a situation where down in Botetourt County, where we had, in some cases, lightly loaded tractor trailers that once they got stopped because of snow and ice, they couldn't get up the hill, right? And that's not good. One of them lost their transmission, others, you know, just couldn't get up. And so when that happens, you can imagine what happens behind that. And when that occurs and you're in snow and ice, you run the risk of the 95 problem that we had right before we got here. But right before this administration, where we had the snow Armageddon on 95. And we were seriously worried about a similar situation where you get this thing blocked, you're full of tractor trailers, and there's no way to get to them, and you get snowed in, and that could be really bad. And we were able to work around it. The commissioner worked his magic. He was going to have a merry-go-round for a while, and that didn't work out. We were literally going to turn trucks around and go backwards, and then come back and go backwards again and come back and just keep them in a loop to keep them moving on like a 10-mile stretch of 81, just to keep them moving, right? Because once they stop and sit, that's not good. And we ended up doing something different. But, I mean, it becomes quite challenging and, you know, to figure out how to make it work the best. And thankfully, we did that. The commissioner and his team did that. And we were able to get things open back up. We were able to use an auxiliary route, and we didn't have to do the 10-mile loop thing. But that's not one I'd seen before, Commissioner. Not sure I really wanted to see it, but in any case, it all worked out. But these are challenging situations, you know, particularly as you have construction on highways and other things, and I just wanted to double down the good work that they've done. But, so we'll continue to focus on this. The program will continue to grow. As you know, we got some more presentations here, but as you know, the money doesn't stop. This is a continuous flow stream, and there's lots of work to do on 81. So does anybody have any questions of Dave before we go to the financial update?
Secretary? Oh, I'm sorry.
Dunlap's first.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm sure there's a very easy answer for this, but I'm sort of new, so I haven't been part of the process. And I'm curious, I oftentimes participate in the I-81 corridor in the Roanoke area. Is any thought given to just giving the people of Roanoke like a rest before you start off on the next section, 143 to 150?
Yeah. I don't know about a rest because we do have a lot of work to do, but we have been very careful to time the release of these projects so that we didn't have the area between Christiansburg and north of Roanoke up to Troutville under continuous construction.
We moved some stuff around for exactly that reason, Dave.
And we accelerated the project in Salem from 137 to 141 to get that one complete before other projects come online. So we'll have Salem completing as the Roanoke to Troutville project starts up. And then once that reaches a maturity point where people are in the lanes, we're not shifting them around, then exit 128 to 137 comes online. And then following that, in a similar approach, once they're in the lanes that they need to be in for the duration of construction or the majority of construction, that's when we can start the work on Christiansburg Mountain. So we're doing the best that we can to time the project strategically, but it's a very good point, very good point.
So the short answer is yes, ma'am, that's exactly what we tried to do. And we've had a number of circumstances where you can see that that's what we've done. So, yes, ma'am. Not always perfect, but it's definitely part of what we're trying to do. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. Could you speak a little bit to the process and how we're going to integrate project into the program? I appreciate what you were saying about 313 to 317 and maybe stretching that a little bit. And at the I-81 committee, we talked about stretching it a little bit further and running, I guess, from 313 up to the West Virginia state line. And how does that get studied and then evaluated as a candidate project and so on?
Well, the process that's established is that, obviously we evaluate the performance of the corridor. And I don't want to get into it too much because I think some people following me are going to get into this, but we are beginning a reevaluation of the corridor improvement plan. It's been, that original study began in 2018, and it relied on data 5 years prior to that. So here we are in 2025 where we can rely on data prior to 2025. So that will certainly, we will look at the performance and safety characteristics of the interstate, all 325 miles, with the exception of the areas where we're doing improvements already. We will make recommendations to the I-81 committee as to what should be included in the program that's identified as a need. And then they make a recommendation to this board for actually moving the project into the program. Moving the project into the program does not mean it's funded. That's the distinction between the 6-year improvement program. What it means is that we have a commitment to deliver this project in the future. So as funding becomes available and those projects are funded for design and construction, then they're moved into the 6-year plan. So that's
There'll be some more on that, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes. Ms. Sellers.
How many new lane miles were created with this project throughout the
It's a good question, and I used to know that statistic. I don't know that I can.
You talking about the whole 81 corridor?
Yeah, the whole I-81 corridor, and then when Ms. Farmer comes up, my question is going to be, how are we going from funding it through improvement money and new money, or the build money, into a maintenance where we maintain the roads?
Oh, that's a problem.
And so, because
We'll
now
talk
we
about
have
that, Ms.
parks
Sellers.
that are getting completed, and we need to now think about maintenance.
Yes.
And that's something that we're learning in Fredericksburg
Well-
as we've opened new highways.
Certainly a concern and certainly a discussion that needs to happen, but,
Well, let me, Dave, let me help you here with this. I've said this a number of times, and it's very different than what happens in Fredericksburg. And the reason it is different, and it's something that the legislature and future groups are going to have to deal with. And I've said this a number of times, and I'll continue to say it. So we basically have 4 areas of the Commonwealth that have special revenue streams. And actually, if you want to put some others in there, you might even add some other things in there. But Hampton Roads has an authority, Northern Virginia has an authority, Central Virginia, Richmond has an authority, and 81 is not an authority, but it's functionally a revenue stream that's outside of the normal funding. And so as we dump, and so there are billions and billions and billions of dollars of projects that come through this separate funding scheme. Our normal funding comes in the top of the funnel and goes 5149, maintenance construction, right? And so every dollar that comes in the top of the normal funnel has a piece of it that goes towards maintenance funding, right? All this new money, whether it's 81, whether it's HR TAC and $4 billion of bridge tunnel, whether it's all the stuff that happens in Northern Virginia, whatever it is, they don't have any maintenance money that's associated with it. So we have this separate funding stream that dumps billions of dollars into construction. Then somebody's got to take care of it eventually. And it's not, our system is not taking that in consideration. So we're not going to solve that here today. I mean, I've been talking about it for a couple years. We'll continue to push on that. But at the end of the day, some changes should be made to sort of take that into consideration, whether that's the region should be putting some of that money into maintenance or whether we have a different funding mechanism. But we're going to get caught in 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 years or 12 years or 15 years as these new facilities start to require substantial maintenance, deterioration sort of maintenance. And there will not have been a funding stream that would have allocated money to it. And so, that's a problem that's coming up. Mr. Kaspertz.
Is there pending in this session to address that
No, sir.
maintenance gap? There is?
No,
Oh, there's not?
I don't believe so. And I would tell you this. There's a lot of work that needs to be done before that should come to be. There should be some work to really get our handle on what that looks like and some recommendations on how that might get resolved. And so I think, I'm encouraging us to do that and to start to look at that. This is not a problem that's hitting us today or tomorrow. This is, because the maintenance, the lane miles that are getting created on 81 are not the issue. It's not just picking up trash and plowing snow. It's the underlying hard maintenance that'll come. Same thing, Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. That's going to take $40–50 million a year in just maintenance for the new tunnels. And that's $40 or $50 million a year that didn't come down the top and get bifurcated to construction and maintenance. So we just bit off this new maintenance problem of $40 million or $50 million a year just on that one facility. So all those are competing for our maintenance dollars, and we'll talk about some of that later as we see the impacts in our 6-year plan, maintenance versus construction, crossover, and all those issues. But it's a looming problem. I'm fully aware of it. I've talked about it a lot. The commissioner's fully aware of it. We're working on, sort of to try to get a handle on it and make some recommendations going forward. So.
Mr. Secretary, can I add something to that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Coddington.
Okay. So there's a short-term discussion, and there's a long-term discussion. There's good news in the short-term discussion. When we are constructing these projects, we are alleviating existing maintenance issues that otherwise have no solution. We have pipes that are 50, 60, 70 years old under the road that are being replaced. We have box culverts. We have bridges that are approaching the end of their lifespan that are being replaced entirely with a bridge with a 75-year lifespan. So on the short term, for those areas, we are reducing maintenance costs. But when you look 25, 30, 40, 50 years into the future, that is a problem. Aside from that, you're looking at a normal pavement program. But all of our culverts, ditches, box culverts, things like that, that are almost inaccessible without a major construction project are being alleviated.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I think Laura's up next. Ms.
Thank you.
Farmer? Thank you, Mr. Coddington. Well done. Ms. Farmer, good morning. Welcome.
Morning. I'm here today just to remind the board about how we pay for all these amazing improvements on 81 and what the financial picture is going forward. So just as a reminder, I-81, as the Secretary mentioned, has a dedicated stream of revenue that supports its improvements. The first of which is a regional fuels tax. So those localities along the I-81 corridor contribute their supplemental fuel tax to the I-81 fund. This slide just references how the rate of that tax has changed over time. It is currently 9 cents a gallon for gas and 9.1 cents a gallon for diesel. It also receives an allocation from our Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program. Once we run the money through the construction program and 20% of it is provided to interstates, it is then distributed to the corridors in Virginia based on the vehicle miles traveled of the larger tractor trailers. I-81, as you might guess, has the largest share of this type of traffic in Virginia, and it averages 44% of the truck traffic. So I-81 gets approximately 44% of the allocations. I-81 also has a $1 billion worth of debt authorized for the program. We use the fuel tax revenue to support that debt program, and that $1 billion will be fully maximized in this first tranche of projects. And then the IOEP allocation can only be used to fund PAYGO projects. In this last year, there have been some additional funds provided to 81 through various means. The General Assembly provided $70 million in the current fiscal year. Congressman Klein supported a $42 million earmark to advance I-81 improvements. And then there is a commitment in the budget they passed last year that $175 million of surpluses from the general fund would be provided to I-81. That is currently under consideration in the General Assembly in this session. So a total across all these sources is $287 million.
Sellers.
Or is the earmark and the additional general fund funding in addition to the $1 billion cap?
Yes, these are PAYGO sources and are not debt. Yes, ma'am.
Addition to the cap.
There's a $1 billion cap on how much they could borrow.
Yeah,
So this
and
would
these
be
aren't
in
borrowings,
addition.
these are just revenues.
But you'll see in subsequent slides that this infusion of cash today allows us to push the advancement of debt a little bit further out in the schedule, which also saves us on debt service in these early years of the program. This slide just provides the sources of revenue for the 5 years that we've been accessing money for I-81 through these sources. That's the first column through 2024. So almost $1 billion, including the debt that we've exercised available for the program to date. And then it just provides you the allocation assumptions for revenue through the last program update that was adopted last June.
So, Ms. Sellers, you can see on that first column that the debt is about 200 million of the 993.
This next slide just provides a picture of how we put those dollars to use. So as we have sold a small tranche of muni bonds back earlier in the program, and then we've entered into 2 TIFIA loans, we do have some debt service commitments in the early years of the program. It'll be fully maxed out by the time we have these projects underway at about Our current estimates are about $55 million worth of debt service each year on the $1 billion of debt outstanding at that time. The remainder of the slide just provides how much money would be available for construction after that is covered, and then just the administrative cost of the program and its financing.
And let me jump in for a second and just say this. The Commonwealth is generally, and we are conservative in our debt profiles, but particularly in the environments that we've been in, and we're encouraging this in some other places. When you have your unit costs accelerating way past the rate of interest, it makes a lot of sense to borrow money and get it done today. One, you bring the benefit earlier, and that has huge impacts. But two, in raw dollars, it just costs you less. Because if your interest rate is 5 and your unit cost is going up 11, you got a 6% spread every year that you're losing by not doing things sooner. And so in this particular environment, it's particularly, it makes particular financial success. Not to get extreme with your debt, and when we don't, but to leverage these projects and to bond them up and bring them forward more quickly. Ms. Farmer.
So the project cost in total as of this past fall, we're at $3.6 billion of the total value of all the improvements that Dave described earlier. And we believe we can fully fund all of those projects by 2035. Based on what we understand about the current revenue and the debt model as of last summer. Based on the recommendations from the advisory committee about a little over a year ago, the board added the southbound mile marker 137 to 128, as Dave mentioned earlier, to the widening with the northbound, and prioritized the remaining 2 widening projects in accordance with what makes sense for avoiding a continuous work zone for 21 miles for a period of 4 to 5 years, to Mrs. Dunlop's point earlier today. And so once we are able to fully fund these widenings, VDOT goes to Winchester next, and then back down to Christiansburg to try to stage those improvements. And then the General Assembly also provided some flexibility in the Appropriations Act. You may be aware that in accordance with the Code of Virginia, all the projects that we fund through all of our construction programs, State of Good Repair, our smart scale prioritization that comes from high priority and district grant, the interstate programs, as well as safety, we must fund those projects within the 6-year horizon. Since I-81 has a dedicated revenue stream that is going on in perpetuity, we had some flexibility to be able to advance PE and right-of-way phases sooner than we can fully fund the construction of those projects. And so we advanced PE activities for both of those widening projects I mentioned earlier when you all adopted the program last summer. Also, as we step forward, knowing that we've spent the last 5 years in a lot of development of these projects, as the Secretary mentioned, there are some residual funds that can support some preliminary work going into the program so that we're ready to hit the ground running when larger sums of funding is available in the 2030s. So with that in mind, I'd like to talk about the extended financial outlook of the program. This is a graphic that I've shown previously in terms of the activity. As you heard those dates that Dave mentioned earlier, we are entering into a period of tremendous expenditure activity on I-81. We are using the PAYGO funding as it has been coming into the program. Balances exist to advance projects, and our heaviest construction period is just now beginning. We are also exercising debt over this period. But as you can see in the latter end of it, the line on the chart represents the revenue to the program. Over this period of time, we have residual funding and begin to have significant residual funding beginning in 2033. And so if we step back to in the 2018 CIP, there were 106 projects that were identified. We prioritized 64 of them for funding based on the revenue streams that were made available for 81. With that in mind, there were 5 additional candidate projects beyond those original 64. One of those 5 you all took action on about a year ago when we added the other direction of widening at that exit 137 to 128. And as the Secretary mentioned earlier, it also had an expected cost savings to deliver those 2 directions at the same time. So we took a look at these projects and their current estimates of $656 million. After funding the existing program scope with residual revenues, these are candidate projects that can be advanced with preliminary engineering in the next several years. We also took a look at when we could deliver these projects based on inflation and what that would do to the cost. This is a map of those 4 identified projects and where they are along the corridor. We also inflated those to when we could potentially deliver them. This chart provides the year of completion as an example. It is not it's just a sample prioritization of those 4 additional projects and when they could be completed based on funding availability. We also took a look at remaining capacity. When we look at the I-81 program and these 4 additional candidate projects, there remain additional capacities to start work to get going so that we're ready when, based on current schedules and estimates, additional funding after we're making our debt service payments in 2037 is available to the program. And so PE and right-of-way work to support additional projects could be implemented from 33 to 36 and commencing construction in 38. And what we've learned over this period of time with the development of the IOEP program is that it makes sense to get started with this process today, so we're ready to go. I'm going to turn it over to Ben Manel, unless you all have any questions about the financial picture of 81.
Any questions?
Secretary,
Yes, sir, Dr. Smoot.
is it likely that future capacity would be needed to address inflationary increases in the cost of the work?
I'm not sure what you're at. I mean, if you're asking, if we have high inflation, will it retard our ability to deliver this on the same amount of money? The answer is yes, it will. But that's not just here. It's everywhere.
Right.
And one of the things that's interesting about this, and we'll get into this later a little bit, but I'll make mention of it, is back to that whole maintenance construction split, right? As maintenance, because of unit costs and other things, is escalating faster than the streams, the revenue streams, then we are obliged to go take that out of construction. It doesn't come out of 81 construction. It doesn't come out of MBTC construction. It doesn't come out of HR TAC construction. It doesn't come out of CVTA construction. It comes out of everybody else's construction across the Commonwealth. And so maintenance eats everything else, but it doesn't hit these revenue streams. And so these are a little bit sort of buoyed by the fact that they don't have a maintenance component of it. Of course, their costs are going up as well. So this whole issue is going to need some serious thought, so that in 5, 6, 8 years from now, we remain in a good place. But yes, sir, that's going to retard all of this. And there is some insulation, though. My point: these authorities or these regional groups, and it's an authority, but functionally the same in terms of what we're talking about. They are insulated from that a little bit from the maintenance side. So yes, sir. The answer is yes, sir. Same dollars go less far. Ms. Farmer. Everybody else? All right, Ms. Farmer. Mr. Minute. Yes, sir.
Could the 4 candidate projects, they were added before the 2025 review, obviously. Could that change based on the 2025 review?
Theoretically, unless we, theoretically, we could change them anytime we wanted to, theoretically. Would it likely change? Probably not, but it could. And up until you start to construct, you could do that as well. It's not what you'd prefer, not what you'd expect, but yeah. And to this point, this is an unusual program in that we have a 10-year sort of window that we look at and plan for. But all the rest of us are on 6-year financing plans, right? So we let them sort of work a 10-year projection, but the reality is in our budgets, we only fund 6 years out. So they're sort of ahead of us, if you will. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. But yeah, it could theoretically change. I would, yes. Anybody disagree?
Mr. Secretary, I think if we could hold that question until Ben can go through his presentation, and then I think have a dialogue on what's going to happen in 2025 and the projects that have been identified in the 2019 study, or 2018 going into 2019. Ideally, those 4 projects that have been identified, and you'll, not to surprise you, you've seen the slide deck before or prior to this meeting, that there's one additional project out of that suite of 104 that we think that should be added to the program and move forward. Now, once we put that into the program, then ideally the 2025 update is not going to take a look at what the Commonwealth Transportation Board has inserted into the long-term, as the Secretary said, a 10-year program of projects. We would take that into consideration, say those projects are complete, and those aspects of the benefits have already been incorporated into the corridor. So when we do the update, it's already considered done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what I was trying to suggest to you is that would not be likely, but this board can do that if the board decided to do that, right? I don't see it as being likely, and it's not something we'd go back and study everything that we're involved in right now to reassess it. But if it became apparent that something didn't make any sense, for whatever reason that I can't even postulate what that might be, then this board has that ability to stop that project and do something different.
But based on what the commissioner is saying, that's not
Likely.
going to happen because we're not going to review the projects that are being considered as candidates now.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Laird, I would say that the board has not taken action on incorporating those 4 projects into the program. The advisory committee is making the suggestion or the recommendation to the board to adopt those into the program. The Commonwealth Transportation Board has not taken action on that. So the Commonwealth Transportation Board, in its wisdom, could determine that you're not going to take action and should take that back into consideration for the 2025 update.
Or take different action.
Or take different action.
Yes, sir. Anyone else from Ms. Farmer? Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Mr. Manel, welcome. Hope you're doing well today.
Sure, thank you. Well, as you have indicated, sir, the revenues continue to accrue on Interstate 81 program, and Ms. Farmer has indicated that revenue capacity does exist to add projects to the current program. In addition to the 4 candidate projects that she identified on the previous slide, we went back and looked at the 2018 quarter plan and identified 1 additional recommended project. That project is shown in orange on the graphic, and it is southbound 81 widening between exit 200, which is Fairfield, and exit 195, which is Route 11. The project addresses high crash location on the corridor that was originally identified in the 2018 plan, and it also avoids the creation of a bottleneck or a gap that would occur with the construction of the Rafine, which is exit 205 to Fairfield, exit 200 project shown in black. That's currently included in the program. and the candidate project for widening between Route 11, which is exit 195, and just south of the I-64 interchange, which is mile marker 190. The plan level cost estimate for that recommended project is $176 million to $195 million in 2024 dollars. And we believe that that recommended project could be bundled with additional candidate project for northbound, southbound widening between I-64 and Route 11, with the hope that we may be able to achieve a cost savings with that approach. In terms of the quarter plan update, with the additional candidate projects and the recommended project mentioned on the previous slide, 36 projects from the original plan remain. And with the revenue picture allowing for future projects to be added, we believe now is the time to undertake an update to that quarter plan. The 36 remaining projects would be included in a reevaluation of those plans, recommendations, as well as new recommendations considered, as the commissioner mentioned, looking at the top 25% locations along the corridor for crashes, delay, and incidents. So all the currently programmed projects, we're going to remove those areas from consideration going forward and looking at where the top 25% areas are after that. The update would begin this month and would include problem identification, solutions identification, as well as a prioritization process that's somewhat like SmartScale, extensive public outreach, as well as briefings to the 81 Advisory Committee and this board. And this is a visual of the tentative schedule along with some major milestones. VDOT has already started data collection for the crashes, delay, and incidents along the corridor and identifying those top 25% locations. We started that back in November, December timeframe. We are planning to meet with the districts along the corridor in the next couple of weeks to review that data and to make sure it looks like it's in line with what everybody is experiencing out there today, with the anticipation that we would be sharing that with the public in the spring, around the April timeframe, and then following that up during the summer with a potential solutions meeting, and the fall with a draft prioritization of those recommendations. And finally, delivering a draft quarter plan to this board and the advisory committee in the December timeframe. There is extensive public outreach that will be occurring for our first set of meetings where we're looking at problem identification. We plan on doing those all virtual. We've had extensive experience during COVID with this and also have had great participation from the public. We've had several studies that we've done where we've gotten thousands of actual comments received. It's been a ground change for us with respect to planning studies. But that first round we anticipate doing entirely virtually. Then the subsequent meetings where we propose the draft recommended solutions as well as the draft prioritization would be in person. Those two sets of meetings would be 4 meetings in total, one in the Bristol, one in the Salem district, and then one in the northern and southern ends of the Stanton district. There would also be briefings to this board all along the way, as well as a briefing to the advisory committee. So recommendations, you all will be presented with a resolution during the action meeting that speaks to these recommendations. First would be moving forward with advancing those last 5 2018 quarter plan projects to the 6-year improvement program as funding becomes available. You can see the 4 there listed at the top, and then the 5th one has been added in that table, as well as initiating an update to the quarter plan in accordance with the Code of Virginia. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Farmer to summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Manel. Does anybody have any questions? Dr. Sloan?
Secretary, to what extent will the identification of future projects be informed by or constrained by the funding that we think will be available to support these projects?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Smoot, the identification of those projects are going to be unconstrained in the financial resources. It'll be up to the programming of those projects and identifying what available funds to be able to advance those projects. But in essence, what we're doing is taking a look at the entire corridor, minus the projects that are still in development, and are going to identify, go through that smart scale-like scoring mechanism, and will be data-driven to identify those projects and identify the potential countermeasures and projects that would emanate from that, whether it be a widening, a turn, an accel decel lane, or truck climbing lane, very similar to the process that we used the last time. So that will identify the suite of projects, then we'll put a cost to it, and then it'll become, how do we program those with the available resources that are available?
Ms. Farmer? Thank you, Ms. Manel.
So to summarize where we've been across the three presenters, our updated project estimates based on market conditions and refined scoping and debt assumptions have extended the delivery of the original program of projects. We've been through a lot on I-81 in terms of starting with a $2 billion planning level estimate to get to where we are today. But the revenue and allocations that are committed to the corridor continue to remain strong. And so capacity for these additional projects will begin sooner based on these recent infusions of cash into the program that allow us to move projects forward sooner and schedule sooner.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Any questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Coleman.
It's not really a question, but at the beginning of this presentation, you mentioned the last 2 weeks of snowstorms. I think it's worthy to mention the hurricane/tropical storms that still become are on the books and are straining the resources of the commissioner, you, and the rest of the staff. So I think that needs to be mentioned because I think that began the process, and then moving into the winter and the snow, they've done a remarkable job.
Yeah, I mean, we make great plans, and then Mother Nature decides what we're going to do with it. And so I remember some years ago when we ran out of maintenance money, we had an incredible snow year, and it ate all up, and we had to take some action. And at the end of the day, you know, we're trying to balance the expenditures, and I referenced the $1 billion a day in Northern Virginia. We're trying to balance the expenditures with the condition of the road. You know, I mean, we don't want snow on the road. We don't want unsafe conditions. We want that to go away. But we're subject to the vagaries of nature, and we don't get to plan that out so well. And so we just deal with it, right, at the end of the day. And, you know, in some respects, as I mentioned, Mr. Coleman, we perhaps spend more money on the front end than some others have done over the years. We think it's investment. The governor's been all about that, you know, over-prepare. And so you will see where we painted some roads white, and they're still white. And it's not because the snow's on them, it's because the treatment's on them. But that all has a cost. And at the end of the day, if we exceed our maintenance budget, we just pull that out of construction and push those projects out because we have a limited amount of money, and that's what we have. And so it's a balance. Can I get everything plowed tomorrow? Probably not. Could I get it done in 2 days? Yeah, but the cost would be X or 2X. And how about 3 days or 4 days? And so it's all that balance of how fast, how much do you do, both not only in the preparation, but after it's happened, how you know. And so, you know, we obviously, if funds were unlimited, we could do more, but they're not. And people are paying for that. And we have to understand there's a balance somewhere in there. I will tell you, I've got a lot of anecdotal comments from folks along the way saying, hey, you guys were ready. There were trucks out there pre-stationed. The roads were painted white. They were ready to go. They started moving once it started snowing. All that has a cost, folks. You know, that all has a cost. And we think it's reasonable to do it the way we're doing it. That's why we're doing it that way. But burns a lot of money, and we don't really have a choice of whether it snows or sleets or rains or ices or whatever happens, but we do have a choice as to how we deal with it. And that's how we've chosen to deal with it, and I think it's the right prescription. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Appreciate it very much. The next item on the agenda is the Hitachi Energy Rail Industrial Access Application. Mr. Mike Todd. Morning, Mr. Todd. Hope you're doing well today.
Very much. Happy New Year.
Let's do some railroading.
Yeah. Knock that over. Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning.
Happy New Year. That seems like it's a really long time ago,
I know,
Mr. Todd.
right?
I don't know. It seems like it's about 3 months back.
I live in the city, so last week with the kids at home, that was a rough one.
You know, I remember when we had the big storm down in New Orleans that came up here. What was the hurricane? Katrina, excuse me. Thank you. And in my section of Norfolk, it's an older neighborhood, not old, but older. And they had planted beautiful oak trees all between the sidewalks and the streets, and they were beautiful trees, and I grew up in this neighborhood. And before that storm, we had a lot of rain, and then we had hurricanes, and those trees got pulled out of the ground and knocked down. Because those oak trees, they want to spread their roots wide, not deep, and they had sidewalks in the way, and they had streets in the way, so they weren't able to do as much as they did. And you literally could not walk down the street because there were just hundreds of trees that just were down in the street. And my point is, we had generators, and I didn't have a whole house generator, but I had 2 or 3 generators, and we're getting gas and filling them up, and I could run the TV for the kids, so they still had cable, and they could use or whatever, and the refrigerator still worked, and it was really great fun. We cooked outside. It was great fun for about 3 days. And the last 4 days weren't so much fun anymore. So, Mr. Todd, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a camping trip in the beginning, and then it's too long of a camping trip, and you want to get back to normal.
It's a good summary.
Sure.
Well, thanks again for having me this morning. I'm here to talk about a rail industrial access application from Hitachi Energy. So I'll go through the project details, the application scoring, and then our recommendation for the project. So starting with those project details, Hitachi Energy is located in Halifax County. They manufacture power and liquid filled transformers for the electric grid. And that plant in Halifax is actually the largest manufacturer of its kind in the country. The North American headquarters being located in North Carolina. This project was originally referred to by the Halifax County Industrial Development, which is a regional group, but then it was moved up into a larger package at the state level. And so we're pleased to be included in the incentive package that the governor announced last year. It also included the Commonwealth Opportunity Fund, which is a statewide funding opportunity, and then the Tobacco Region Fund, which is a regional funding opportunity. As you know, rail industrial access is not available for speculative investments. The company must be committed in order for a rail industrial access application to be considered. So the company has committed to the location, to the improvements, and then after that, they submitted their application to us. And I did want to just note 2 things. The Secretary of Commerce and Trade noted that that transportation was an integral part of the decision for Hitachi, their connection to both the highway and rail network. And similarly, the port noted that the decision connecting them to the global supply chain was also a big part of their decision. So this really was kind of a package of multiple different entities and multiple different groups kind of working together to secure the investment by Hitachi. So looking at the project details a bit, that greater project that I was discussing was a $26 million total investment to build a 26,000 square foot manufacturing facility. And so what that allows them to do is construct for the first time or manufacture for the first time larger scale transformers. The rail side of it is to rehabilitate 1,000 feet of linear track. Those are those two lines in yellow that you see, and those are coming off of Norfolk Southern's main line in blue. Excuse me, before I move on, sorry, the total request is for $175,000. That's less than we normally see due to the fact that it's a rehabilitation project rather than new construction. And this is a look at those larger scale transformers. So you can see kind of those two people in the bottom right-hand corner of the picture for scale. So these are, you know, really massive pieces of equipment. The project will allow Hitachi to kind of intercept current trucks that are bringing in oil to the facility, and then also they will be exporting those transformers by rail. At which since they're not manufacturing, that's new traffic once they start moving. So location scoring, I just wanted to remind everyone that the scoring criteria that we use really does come, you know, directly from the code, the volume of rail traffic, capital investment, potential employment, and those other economic and public benefits. We discussed that in a little bit more detail last month. And so I updated the table so you could kind of see everything all in one shot. Hopefully this is a good update. This is every single one of the categories that we use to score the project. The second column, the performance data, is the raw data that is input that we use to evaluate each category. The score is what this project scored, and then the maximum is the maximum possible points they could have gotten for that category. And so I will note that due to the kind of unique nature of the large-scale transformers, it doesn't actually translate to that many numeric carloads, rail carloads. So the score there is 5 out of 20, a little bit on the lower end. But I do think it's worth highlighting that if these were moved by truck, it would be a really significant impact to the highway network. You know, it would most likely need one of those special permits with the flaggers out front, you know, kind of escorting, you know, the truck on its way. And so I do think it's a valuable conversion to rail here. Also noting 100 jobs in Halifax County is a huge benefit to the region and the state. The project in total scores 54 points with the minimum of 50 points required for our recommendation, so we do recommend the project. And then, as usual, we're just bringing this project to you now for your consideration, to give you the details and the update, and then next month I'll be here again to recommend a resolution of approval.
Ms. Green.
I would just like to thank you for the assessment. I think what he said about the transportation of these transformers is critical. Hitachi is a critical employer for our Commonwealth. Both the Bland facility in Southwest Virginia and the Halifax facility are usually managed by the same team. It's one of the higher paying, and 100 jobs in Halifax is a critical number. So even though they scored a little bit low on the amount of investment in this rail access, if you look, $26 million in Halifax for their total investment is huge. So I just want to thank you for this assessment.
Ms. Green. Ms. Sellers.
Echo that, and then also transformers, there is, and I double checked it, there is a shortage of transformers, and that's part of the critical gap, you know, in our power grid and our power network is the shortage of transformers. So this is needed. And then my question is, you mentioned with the scoring and the carload, do we have a way to capture that extra permit and get those
No, ma'am.
truckloads?
Let me speak to this. I think this can be improved, and I'm somebody that's beat on this for a number of years. And a lot of this at the end of the day for us, for purely transportation, not the economic development part of it, which is critically important, by the way. I'm not suggesting, but for purely the transportation thing, we continue to use this statistic, and I wish somebody would educate me if I'm wrong, but I haven't been any takers yet. and our Virginia Tech people say, yeah, it seems about right to us, that a fully loaded tractor trailer has 10,000 times the impact on the pavement of the road as a normal car. And so a lot of this becomes, how do we shift for that reason and for congestion and for all sorts of other reasons? How do we shift the mode from a tractor trailer to a rail, right? That's a lot of what the transportation component about this, is what this is about. We don't really measure that the right way, in my view, in this program, and I think that some deserve more credit than they do, than they get. And so I'm going to continue to push on this and dig with Director Robinson and others to see if we can make this a little bit better in terms of how the scoring would reflect the value that comes to us. Because you sort of look at this and you look at it and step back and you look at all the components of it and it makes a lot of sense. And listen, it passed the threshold, so it's viable, but it's a low number. You know, most people would say you got 54 out of 100. That never looked real good when I came home with that on my report card. You know, I didn't know how to justify that was a good score, Mom, and she wasn't buying that. I don't think I ever had any 54s, but, you know, I wasn't always at 100 either. So I want to continue to push on that. I think this is a great project. It passes the scoring threshold, and we'll continue to see if we can improve it a little bit. Yes, Ms. Sellers.
But to echo that, it's not just the car loads, but that where you have these big loads that take up 2 lanes in Northern Virginia.
That's why I said the congestion.
Those are highly disruptive.
Oh, no.
And that's like 50 car loads, and you see them, especially once you get closer into the Springfield area, and you see that, and I would venture to say everybody who sees that is thinking, what are you doing? Go to Route 1, disrupt Route 1, get off of the interstate. And so how do we capture that in a way and, you know, go to those businesses and say, how do we incentivize you in a different way, you know? And at least from a Board of Supervisors
From a
perspective,
congestion and
we would
disruption
bring that in and-
standpoint, something that takes up
Yes.
a lane and a half is a lot different than something that just takes up 1 lane.
It
No
is.
question about it. Yes, Ms. Dunlop, and then I'll come back to Mr. Casperts.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Secretary. Just curious, though, the rail lines are going to the port. Is that right? In other words, the rail lines are connecting to the Norfolk Southern line, which goes to the port.
This is on I mean, yes, it does. It is on the greater Norfolk Southern corridor that doesn't just go to the port, though. So, but it absolutely connects to the port. It could connect up to the northeast, you know, Midwest, wherever.
So once they get on the rail line, they could connect to another rail line, and then they could move all over the country or elsewhere in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Casperts.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Hey, Mike, trying to understand what we're actually doing here. These 2 sidings already exist?
They are inoperable existing sidings, correct?
Okay, and are they currently handling rail traffic?
They are not,
They're not, so they're idle.
correct.
So we're not adding new capacity, we're just maintaining those or helping them bring them to a level that will allow them to bring,
We're adding new operational capacity because they're
Understood.
not operational.
okay, but the switches are in place and the basic infrastructure is there.
Some of it. Some of it. The rail bed is there, and it needs to be rehabilitated in order to have rail on it.
Yes, correct. And the switches are there, yes. That's a mainline improvement that Norfolk Southern would be responsible to construct if needed.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Todd. Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is item number 3. It's the DRPT NC DOT Memorandum of Agreement. Ms. Emily Stott. Morning, Ms. Stott. Hope you're well. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I'm here today to talk about the Virginia, North Carolina Administration and Southeast Rail Network Analysis Project Agreement. You may recall I provided an update on this agreement last month in December. as DRPT was in negotiations for the agreement with NCDOT. Now I'm back to share the final draft and request authorization to enter into this agreement. I'm seeking approval for that at today's action meeting. So this is a recap of the purpose of the agreement. The agreement defines DRPT and NCDOT responsibilities for the $400,000 Interstate Rail Compact grant that was awarded by FRA. On the right, you'll see the funding breakdown. FRA is providing $200,000. DRPT and NCDOT are providing $100,000 match respectively for a total of $400,000. The grant purpose is to complete a Southeast Rail Network analysis to evaluate Southeast Rail Network constraints and identify opportunities to improve the fluidity of the network for passenger and freight rail. It also will pay for administrative and operational expenses related to the Virginia-North Carolina Compact and other technical coordination. Here is a timeline of the Virginia-North Carolina Rail Compact and the Interstate Rail Compact grant. I'm showing this level of detail so that you can see that this grant and the agreement are part of a 20-plus year process to develop passenger rail in the Southeast. The compact is a legislative body made up of Virginia state legislators and North Carolina legislators. It was formed in 2004 to develop and promote plans to finance, design, construct, and operate an interstate rail service through Virginia and North Carolina. There was plenty of activity between that time and 2018. DRPT and NCDOT secured federal funding to advance corridor studies and initiate rail improvements between Northern Virginia and Charlotte, including NEPA and preliminary engineering from DC to Raleigh and NEPA between Richmond and Hampton Roads. During that time, Virginia added new state-sponsored service to Richmond, Newport News, and Norfolk, with more round trips added in 2013. In 2019, the Southeast Corridor Commission was formed by a decision of the compact to include the entire region, which extends down to Florida, to support rail projects of regional significance. This is meant to be a southern version of Amtrak's Northeast Corridor, which has service to DC, Philadelphia, New York, Boston. The SEC partnered with FRA, Amtrak, and freight partners on planning efforts for the Southeast Rail Network by developing a Southeast Regional Rail Plan and an economic benefits analysis, among other activities. And in 2013, North Carolina, representing the compact, applied for an Interstate Rail Compact grant, which was awarded by FRA in 2014. CTB approved Virginia's state match for the grant in the 2025 six-year improvement program, and that brings us up to the present. I presented an update on the grant agreement in December as we worked with North Carolina to define the state's lead decision-making role in grant activities. And we have a grant agreement to present for approval by the CTB today, and the code, of course, requires approval for an agreement like this with another state. Here's we touched on this information briefly in the previous timeline slide. This is a visual of the current geographic scope of the Southeast Rail Corridor Commission. It includes Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Tennessee, and the District of Columbia. Here's a recap of the advantages for Virginia for participation in the compact and SEC activities and the agreement. Participation gives Virginia influence as multi-state rail plans and federal funding strategies are developed. This is a vehicle to advocate for Virginia's freight needs as the SEC produces a network analysis, including the needs of the Port of Virginia. It builds support and awareness for the value of Virginia's rail corridors, the Commonwealth corridor, which reaches to Hampton Roads, the DC to Bristol passenger rail corridor that's being developed, and the DC to Charlotte corridor. And there's a track record of past results as well. VPRA's, that's Virginia Passenger Rail Authority's Transforming Rail in Virginia projects, including the Long Bridge project, are priorities for this body and get support from member states. And the Bristol to DC corridor was included in the Southeast Rail Corridor Network map, which opened doors to collaboration with fellow member state Tennessee. Here are some agreement details. The full agreement is in your action packet. Here's some main takeaways. The agreement states that North Carolina shall prepare and DRPT shall provide review and approval for the Southeast Rail Network analysis elements. As requested by the Secretary during negotiations, we ensure that Virginia retains decision-making and approval rights every step of the way in the project, while NCDOT, as the applicant, will serve as the grant administrator. Virginia is an equal participant and shall review and approve all work product under the agreement. And other southeastern states are going to be stakeholders in the work that's being done, and Amtrak and railroads are also stakeholders as referenced in the agreement, but they're not decision makers or approvers. This is a three-party agreement in addition to DRPT and NCDOT. As grant administrator, NCDOT will also sign the agreement on behalf of the compact. So to sum things up, DRPT is recommending that the board delegate to the DRPT director the authority to enter into the Virginia-North Carolina Compact Administration and Southeast Rail Network Analysis Project Agreement with North Carolina Department of Transportation and the Virginia-North Carolina Interstate High-Speed Rail Compact.
Thank you, Ms. Stock. Mr.
Thank you.
Kaspertz.
Emily, this is a new agreement between the parties or a continuation of an existing discussion and agreement?
This is a new agreement that is specifically about the grant that was awarded by FRA recently.
I understand. Okay. So this is just for us to effectively authorize you to proceed with that and
Correct.
benefit from that grant.
Correct.
Thank you.
Let me say this, folks. You know, in our presentation, we talk about high-speed rail. And high-speed rail, you know, if you go back 4, 5, 6 years ago, we defined high-speed rail in a way that this is not high-speed rail, and it's never going to be, or at least not in my lifetime. You know, the really fast rail, like the 180-mile-an-hour rail, that's not what this is. And so now we've sort of morphed to higher speed rail, which, Emily, can you tell me where higher speed rail fits into the miles per hour equations, like 120 or, you know?
It would be maximum authorized speed of 110. But in Virginia, that would be a little lower because we're not separated from freight rail.
And so I just want you to have an understanding of what we're looking at here. I'll also tell you, you know, this is a study planning thing, right? And, you know, it's very preliminary in terms of ever being funded or where the funding would come from going forward. But certainly we want to be a part of it. We want to be at the table, and we want to make sure that we're well represented, and that's what this allows us to do. So I'm all in favor of it, and we'll see it back in the action meeting. It's interesting, if you look at the map on page 4, basically what this is about is that dotted line between Petersburg and Raleigh, right? That's the missing link to Raleigh. The blue line represents the existing sort of service down to Florida, including the car train that comes out of Lorton and all that goes all the way down to Sanford, Florida, and Orlando. So this would be that dotted line piece, and we'll see how that goes. Obviously, with a change in the federal administration, we'll see changes in policy and changes in view about what should be, where we should be putting our money. But in the meantime, we'll have a seat at the table, and we'll be studying this and making sure that Virginia's interests are well represented.
One more question. What's the earliest in our current, we're engaged in,
the earliest that this might happen?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, we're engaged in a NEPA process with NCDOT regarding the Petersburg to Raleigh linkage. Is that correct?
That NEPA study was completed quite a few years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what's our current status on provision of service on that piece of rail?
The Virginia Passenger Rail Authority is working with North Carolina right now on next steps.
So this will, I guess, continue to inform that process and give them perhaps more information to either accelerate or facilitate that service?
Well, it will look at the entire region, and what this group does is it updates with member states their project lists and the status of their projects throughout, what you see on the map here, from project planning, feasibility, NEPA, preliminary engineering, funding, and creates priorities and a plan for the entire network. So that is one part of that. It raises awareness for decision makers, legislators, and helps the states package projects for federal funding.
Mr. Kaspers, I think it's fair to say that no time soon is the answer, because there's no funding source. There's no money to do anything with it. And so this is about staying in the game. This is being studied. It's being looked at. Virginia wants to be at the table. This memorandum of agreement allows us to remain at the table and to have Virginia interests represented. But do I expect that there's going to be any funding to do this in the near future? I do not expect that.
Yeah. I guess, Mr. Secretary.
And there is no funding identified today.
But it would prompt a question on my part anyway, why VPRA is not the participant in this?
We're the planners. VPRA is the executors.
Okay.
DRPT is, Ms. Stock wants to say something. She's dying to say something.
Well, excuse me, I just wanted to mention that VPRA is implementing projects in these corridors right now, and they are working with North Carolina on engineering for that corridor that you mentioned.
We're all joined at the hip, Mr. Kaspers, and you know the director is the chairman of the VPRA board.
Understood.
And so we're joined up there. Thank you, Ms. Stock. Anybody else? Any other questions?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
To the
Dr.
point of
Smoot.
what you raised, somewhere in the presentation, as I was reading this earlier, it says that high speed has been replaced with new terminology. So when the agreement comes back for approval, I hope it would reflect that, because this is not high-speed rail.
We all know what it is, Dr. Smoot. It's not those bullet trains. Emily has correctly said it's 110 miles an hour. And in Virginia, it might be less because we're freight and rail and passengers together. So that's the kind of numbers we're talking about. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it very much. And now I'm going to insert an item in the agenda. I'm going to call it 3A. I'm pleased today that Secretary Amy Gadara, Secretary of Education, is here today to address the body on sort of a VDOT matter, if you will. I've asked her, she asked to come and speak, so I've inserted her into the agenda. And with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Secretary Amy Gadara. She has a long history in education. She came on board when I came on board in the beginning of the administration. She spent a lifetime in the education field and was one of Time's education activists 10 years ago, and has been reflected that her contribution has been reflected across the nation in education. So, Secretary Gadara.
Thank you so much, Secretary Miller. Commissioner Bridge, and so nice to see you as well. And all the citizens part of this group. I just want to come and say thank you. My agenda item is just very, very simple. And it's to say thank you so much to VDOT and for your leadership and for making it possible for our schools across the Commonwealth to be open. We all know that weather like we've experienced in the last week does not happen all the time in Virginia, but when it does, it stops life. And as you might be following in the press, We have a learning loss crisis in Virginia, and one thing is very sure. When our children are not in school, they are not learning, and we are at risk of losing a generation of children because we were closed for so long in Virginia, and Governor Youngkin is doing everything possible to make sure that we make up for that learning loss and that we make sure that Virginia is the best place to be educated. But to do that, we need to be able to get our kids into our schools. And in the past week, the incredible leadership that has been demonstrated by the Secretary and by the Commissioner and by the entire VDOT team has been extraordinary. Every single morning, the Secretary and I provide a briefing to the Governor on how many schools are open, and every night he asks me what that change is, and every night I can say to him, more and more schools are open because of the incredible work that VDOT has done. And I want to just tell one story, if that's okay to do that. So we had one of our school division superintendents call and was just like, I've got to get my kids back in school. We've been closed. And just to remind you all, these schools have been closed since before Christmas. So our kids have not been in school for 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks for some cases. And so getting them back was really, really important. So we have our superintendents that want their schools to get there, their students to get there. And as we know, divisions won't open up until every single passable road is cleared, so that buses can go down, students can be at bus stops, and we know that this last week has been very trying. So I'll just say it's Prince William's superintendent called, and she said, help, I need help getting the roads cleared. And so I called the Secretary and I said, Secretary, can you help us with this? And before I knew what was happening, there was a VDOT team that was sitting in the superintendent's office in Prince William schools. And they were sitting down and they were given a map of all those school bus routes in Prince William and making sure that all those secondary roads were cleared. And so I think it's appropriate at this moment with the Citizen Advisory Committee for you all to know the incredible work that the VDOT team is doing to make sure not only that all of us have safe roads that are open and passable, but also that this incredible team is prioritizing making sure that our children are where they need to be and should be, which is in school. So, sir, thank you very much for your partnership and for your leadership. Secretary, thank you so much for your leadership in prioritizing this. And on behalf of all the school divisions in Virginia, I want to say thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Appreciate you
service,
coming
Lottie.
in.
Thank you.
Have a
good
great
meeting.
day. Let me say this, we have a protocol that we use when we get into these situations. And, we start with the interstates, and then we go to primaries, and then we go to secondaries. And this year, we got really focused on ensuring, to the Secretary's comments, that we were interacting, and we didn't just do this in Prince William, we did it with every single school district in Virginia, where we reached out to them ultimately and said, not just using our normal protocol of A to B to C, but C also has an asterisk, it's called school buses, right? And so we reached out to every single entity in Virginia, every single school district, and said, tell us what your needs are. And the commissioner worked with his team to incorporate that into our plans, and we've gotten really great feedback from that. So that's what we ought to be doing. It's smart work, and I appreciate it, and we're doing it. And Secretary, we appreciate you coming by to thank him. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Have a great day. But that's the kind of leadership that the commissioner and the whole VDOT team. So we had every resident engineer, every district engineer reaching out to those school boards, boards of supervisors and others to understand what their views were and how we could help and get more specific in sort of how we prioritize some things. Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, I want to, on behalf of the agency, I thank the kudos very much. The team has solidified around the 2 snow events that we've had. It has been a little bit of a challenge that usually within 2 to 3 days, we have a significant warm-up period and there's a melt. That did not happen with the first snowstorm, and then we were inundated with the second snowstorm. The teams, the call for action from the governor, I want to back up and just simply say, the district engineers and their teams do a phenomenal job each and every day, and this team coalesces around snow and major events like no other. The energy levels really exceed themselves on those calls in getting ready. Part of our operating procedure is to have outreach with the school systems to be able to help reprioritize. They took it to a whole new level. The governor asked Saturday morning, after being in the field, those crews have been working 12-hour days for 12-hour shifts for the last week and a half, and they're going to continue to do so until those roads are clear. But we did have outreach with every single school system just to be able to make sure that we reprioritized our assets to be able to help get the children back to school. Some of which we know in far southwest Virginia, some of those unpaved roads are still in a little bit of a treacherous place. And fortunately, they drive on them a lot more, they have a lot more snow and ice down there and know how to drive on them than in some other parts of the state. But the kudos are really meant for the 4,000 men and women in our field that have been working tirelessly 24/7 for the last week and a half to be able to continue to clear those roads. I would prefer 70-degree weather, but I know that this is not that time. But as those temperatures came up, we made some significant improvements on those roads in Northern Virginia predominantly, in Culpeper and in northern parts of the Stanton districts to be able to help return those children to school.
Thanks, sir. Well done. I'll tell you anecdotally, as I sit in this role and deal with these things, I remember probably I was 13, 14 years old in Norfolk, and we had a snow, pretty good snow, and then it melted, then it froze, then it snowed again. And we thought it was the greatest thing in the world because they couldn't get the streets plowed. So we didn't have to go to school. And we had like a whole week where we were in snow and ice, and we thought it was fantastic. I don't think so much anymore, but at the time, it was great. So as we go through these things, I just sort of think back on what we were doing. And you know, the point is, when you get a snow or freezing rain or those kinds of things, and then you get a melt, and then you get a refreeze, now you got ice on the bottom. And then you put snow on top of that, and it's hard to deal with. And so those are the vagaries that we deal with in terms of the weather, and we're always striving to do better. But I think the team's done a great job, and we'll try to get the rest of this wrapped up. Yesterday, I think it got up to 50 here. I'm not so sure of that down south. And it's interesting, you know, the Secretary mentioned this, but during these times, you know, I'll be on a call first thing with 150 people from VDOT. 150, right? And that's the team. And then we take that and then we roll to the governor and the bigger team with the National Guard, with the state police, with the other secretaries that are involved. And we sort of brief on up with all this stuff. And education is a big piece of this. So we look every morning to see what schools are going to be open, which ones are on delay. And I actually have a map. And it's, you know, the map was sort of good in a way, Commissioner, because the ones that were closed were the ones that got the worst on the second snowstorm, and then most of them were in the southern part of Virginia. And they're the ones that are most challenged in terms of unpaved roads as well. And so you could sort of just see the crescent of schools that were impacted, and is where the snow was. So we work really hard to do that, and we'll continue to work hard to do that. It's not perfect, but I can tell you, I think they've done a really good job. Thank you very much. You know, when my children were going to school, and I remember sitting in an orientation for first grade, and one of the parents came in and asked what time math was during the day, and I wasn't sure what that was all about, but evidently there's some thought that right after lunch, math isn't good, or some other time math isn't good because of this or that or something else. And I sort of looked at my wife and sort of smiled, and like, you know, I don't know about all that, but Laura, we got a big financial presentation coming up here, and we've got lunch coming up here. And I'm wondering if math isn't good before or whether math isn't good after lunch. Laura, which one is it? Do you know? What I don't want to do That's probably about a 25-minute, 30-minute, says 20, but it'll get, Mr. Casper's will ask a lot of questions, and it'll go longer. Do we want to try, it, Carol, where are we, do we know? If lunch is ready, I'm probably going to break and do lunch. And if it's not ready, I'm probably going to break and do lunch. But let's see where we are here. Let's give us a couple minutes. I don't want to get into the middle and sort of disrupt the flow. So we're going to do this. We're going to prepare, and we're going to take a short break. And it may lengthen into lunch, which is what I expect. And if not, if it's not prepared, we'll come back and get back to work. So let's take a short break, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and we will return or extend through lunch. Thank you. So we're in a temporary recess. Appreciate everybody that
That's true.
allowed us and facilitated our lunch today. And going to dive into the next item on the agenda, which is the preliminary FY 2026-2031 Commonwealth Transportation Fund 6-year financial plan. Ms. Farmer, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Nice to see you.
Secretary and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to come to you today to talk about our kickoff for the 6-year planning update. Each January, I come to talk about the revenue estimate updates that impact transportation and their implications and recommendations for the process moving forward through the spring into the adoption of the program in June. In terms of the updates for the state revenue sources, the December update we received had the expected impacts to revenues through fiscal year 2032. That is inclusive of the planning period that we have of 26 through 31 for this upcoming cycle. There are several revenue sources with significant changes through the planning period that we had adopted last June through 2030. Retail sales and use tax has an increase of $114 million over the period. Motor vehicle sales and use, an increase of $325. The statewide fuels tax has a reduction of $50 million over the period, over previous assumptions. The highway use fee, which is a new revenue source of the Commonwealth over the last few years, is an increase of $352 million. That's primarily due to tax getting more familiar with the revenue forecast. Also, changes in electric vehicles in the fleet and the Commonwealth, and just overall components that drive the tax rate and the revenue source for the Commonwealth. And then the insurance premium tax is dedicated to transportation. It has an increase of $165 million over the period. In terms of federal revenue, we've made some minor adjustments just based on the obligation authority that we're experiencing in the current year. And we're obviously monitoring the federal status related to reauthorization of the next highway bill. This slide just provides the value year to year over the previous expectations that you adopted a budget and a 6-year financial plan in June over. Over all revenue sources, there's an increase of $1.1 billion to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. This slide just provides the actual values of the revenue estimate and ranking the top 3 that feed into the Commonwealth Transportation Fund at the top, and the remaining revenue sources over the period. And the far column provides a 6-year total for fiscal year 26 through 31. We will take any additional uplift in 2025 in the current year that we're in and program those dollars in 2026. So the 6-year financial plan allocates dedicated funding streams across all modes of transportation, and those that get funds through the Commonwealth Transportation Fund distribution is outlined in the Code of Virginia. Across all revenue sources, there's expected to be $56 billion available through that planning period. There's $975 million worth of bonds programmed or financing in terms of I-81 over the planning period, including Route 58, as well as the reintroduction of Garvey bonds in the planning period. It is expected to transfer $6.4 billion to the 3 regions over the period and $1 billion dedicated to the WMATA Capital Fund. It includes $554 million of fuel tax revenue for 81, $18 billion for maintenance and operations. That's for both VDOT and localities, and we'll get a little more into that today. And provides $15.3 billion for construction. And inside that construction number, we expect about $2 billion from others. We continue to construct the tunnel and the express lanes network in Hampton Roads, as well as dedicated regional sources in other areas of the state. This slide just provides a view of those revenue sources by major category. I'll highlight a few. The Commonwealth Transportation Fund increase over the prior planning period is representative of that additional year in the planning cycle, as well as the increased revenue stream. Last June, we adopted a budget with a significant general fund component of $207.2 million in fiscal year 2025, so that just falls out of the planning cycle. But our current budget has $108.5 million planned for toll relief and WMATA, and both of those items are under consideration with the General Assembly this session. The change in local and participating revenue is primarily due to a year of the tunnel construction and other projects going out of the planning horizon, and we'll continue to update that as programs and other people's money falls into our planning horizon related to the 6-year program. Federal revenue, 2026 is the last year of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and so VDOT has not planned that the bridge program or the EV program would continue into 2027. So federal revenue does drop between 26 and 27 and then continues to have minor growth over the planning period. That's just to let you know about why that decrease is there. And then we go into other financing sources. We have done a little adjustment to the I-81 planning period in terms of the debt over the program. We've reintroduced Garvey bonds, and I'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. And then Route 58 is the last allocation of the remaining authorization for debt, still in the planning period. I'm going to walk through the details of substantial changes and allocations in some subsequent slides. This primarily highlights the differences over the planning period across these allocated revenue streams. Each one of the modes of transportation gets their share of the Transportation Trust Fund according to the code-directed formulas. And then I'll walk through some very specific, unique items for VDOT. So in terms of program items for VDOT, we have begun planning for the new tunnels to come online in late 2026 in terms of a calendar year, and we need to prepare for the staffing and contract obligations that will need to be made for 24/7 operations for those facilities. Under the master tolling agreement that we entered into with HR TAC several years ago, all the roadside and tunnel operations are financially VDOT's responsibility for upkeep, and the tolling-related costs belong to the commission. And then next up is some discussion related to our VDOT needs. And so leading up to this presentation and earlier in May and June of this year, I came to the board to talk about a little bit about how we have addressed maintenance funding each year on an annual basis, 3 years in a row, and needed to take a view in terms of what are the long-term implications of what we're facing in terms of cost. And so we've attempted to make the first adjustment, a permanent adjustment, a one-time adjustment in 2026, and then some permanent adjustments in 2027 and beyond for both VDOT and the localities that maintain their own roads. This slide represents the recommended allocations. The first row is the HRBT expansion operating cost. The second is the recommended allocation for VDOT's maintenance and operations to support both paving and some funding in 2026 for routine maintenance investments. And then we make corresponding adjustments to the cities and Arlington and Henrico County based on base adjustments to the department's budget, as the Code of Virginia requires us to grow their program at the same rate of growth that we grow VDOT allocations. And so the total impact of this additional funding for maintenance is approximately $1.2 billion over the 6-year planning period.
So folks, Laura, if you will, Ms. Farmer, excuse me. This is where the chickens come home to roost. You can see HRBT adds, $30 million a year or so. Paving is up and maintenance costs are up. And so we're looking at $1.2 billion of additional expenses. And, the truth is, we set maintenance targets here at this board. and we try to get to them. But what you will see throughout is that we're not there yet, right? And as we'll see as we work through this and get into smart scale, we could make a decision that we're going to really be right at all our targets. And we could make a decision that we're going to do all the maintenance no matter what the cost is. And if we did all those things and really got aggressive about it to the point that some people would like us to, we could drive the construction budget to zero. Zero. We could do that. That's not a good thing either, right? Because then you just get behind the curve of growth and expansion, and it impacts everything that you do otherwise. And so this is really a tough balancing act that the commissioner and the staff work on, that we work on with them, to so we may say, for example, that the house ought to be painted every 6 years, say. The house ought to be painted every 6 years. And by year 6, we're starting to see some peeling, and we're starting to see some work that needs to be done. But we may need to see a little bit of that for a year or two, because maybe we can't afford to do it every 6 years. Maybe it's got to be every 8 years. And that's reality of what we deal with. And the illustration, if you want to use it additionally, if you want to put the rec room on the back of the house, that's the construction piece. Do you do that if the windows on the front are rotting out? No, maybe you do it if there's some paint chipped up and there's some stuff that needs to be done, maybe you do it. But if there's rot, or if there's a hole in the roof and it's raining into your bedroom, you probably don't go build the room on the back, right? Or you delay it. And these are the same decisions that people have to make about their own stuff every day, the same decisions we're making here. And so the question is, if you want it pristine and you want it 100%, you want no trash on the road, you want the grass to be like I like my front yard, you want the flowers to be like, this or that, there's a cost to that. And if we did that to the ends of the earth, we would have no construction budget left. And so you sort of got to balance and say what makes the most sense at the end of the day. It goes into snow plowing. Listen, we could have, if we had 28 times as many snow plows and spent 28 times as much money, we could have a different result. It might not take 4 days, it might take a day and a half, or whatever the numbers work out to be. But the point is, are you willing to pay for that? And the answer is not so much. And so we've got this push and pull all the time between those two buckets of money. And at the end of the day, as the maintenance cost continues to rise faster than the revenue streams, and as we dump more projects, completed projects that have no maintenance money associated with them, you saw that in previous pages, we're making that problem bigger and bigger and bigger. And to my point is, it's not a crisis today, but it will become one if we don't do something eventually. It will be one where we won't be able to construct anything, given the way that the money flows today. And so in the meantime, we're about trying to balance those targets and how close we can get to them versus the amount of money that it costs and how you balance that with construction. And I'll tell you, we've been, we have people that write stuff and do stuff and say things about, well, this road doesn't look as good as I'd like it to be, or this or that or something else, and I agree. I agree, particularly as it relates to litter and so forth and so on. I hate seeing litter on the side of the highway. Oh, by the way, VDOT didn't throw the litter there. Somebody else put it there. And they, in most cases, well, in some cases, they did it deliberately. And they asked everybody else to fix it for them. But we could keep theoretically, we could keep the highways free of litter. We could do that. You willing to pay for that? Don't think so. And so we're really struggling here. And you'll see that as that kind, and then you get snow and you get a couple $100 million of snow that comes out of the blue, snow removal, and it just exacerbates the problem. So, listen, we're going to work our way through this. We'll figure this out. It's not doom and gloom. I'm just saying that that's the situation today. That's sort of what we have to, going to have to grapple with in the future. And you're seeing it right here. And so you won't see us making all the targets I'd like to make on maintenance because we can't afford to. And the question is, how much can we afford? Is it reasonable or not? I think we're striking the right balance, and I think what we're going to propose to you does that. But you'll see that iterate through this presentation. Ms. Farmer, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mrs. Secretary. Quick question. On the HRBT maintenance, there's an existing facility there already. Is this in addition to the current maintenance requirements, or is this include those?
Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Coleman, that line item represents the operations of the facility in a 24/7. The 2 new tunnels coming on board those costs there are in addition to the existing maintenance and operations that are already programmed for the 2 existing tunnels.
Yeah, so it's associated with the new construction, not the existing tunnels.
Just
Incremental.
Just remember, this is about the operations of the facility, not only the maintenance, but it's the operations of the facility that has to be staffed 24/7. There is an economy of scale already granted for the existing 2 tunnels, so we're leveraging that staff as well as what's going to be required for the 2 new tunnels as they come online.
And in some respects, as I indicated to you, Mr. Coleman, some of the heavy maintenance, the costly maintenance that we're talking about that flows off our projects, it doesn't come in year 1, right? You don't have that problem in year 1. It's year 10 or 11 or 12 or 13, right? That's when your heavy maintenance comes. We're still going to cut the grass, and we're still going to clean out the ditches, and we're still going to, pick up trash and do all those things. But when it moves from that to that plus, we got to tear up the road and repave it, or we got to do some deeper construction or, maintenance activity, steady good repair activity. It just drives huge cost, and there's not a funding stream that's anticipated to handle that in the current mechanisms. So we have time. The good news is we have time to figure this out. I just want to keep reminding people that train is coming, and it's not today or tomorrow, although we're seeing it, but it will come, and we're going to have to plan for that, and that's what we're working on now. Ms. Farmer. Yes, Ms. Dunlap.
Mr. Secretary, could you just explain to me what we're talking about when we talk about new construction? I mean, I know generally what that means, but I mean specifically, we've got I-81 covered. We've got 58 covered. In other words, what are we talking about when we're talking about new construction versus maintaining what we have?
I'm not exactly sure, but let me dance down there and see if I get there. What I'm talking about is we have traditional construction program in VDOT, right? See that in Smart Scale, we see that IOEP, we see that in highway safety. There's basically 5 programs there, right? And the money comes in the top of the funnel, and it works its way to maintenance and construction, and it drops into those buckets, and off we go. But there was money that got bifurcated out, and some went to maintenance, right? The other projects that don't come through the formula, 81, HR TAC, CVTA, MBTC, all those funding streams, when they get to the top, it's 100% of construction. So we're delivering those rooms on the back of the house. But there's no savings account, there's no concomitant money that goes towards maintenance for those. And so that exacerbates the problem of maintenance costs going up faster than revenues go up. That's happening everywhere. But at least we've got money for maintenance that's in that funding stream for everything else that's regular. In the other ones, the new ones that have no concomitant maintenance funding, we're 100% construction. So we just keep building rec rooms on the back of the house. And nowhere in my revenue stream is there something called maintain that in 10 or 12 or 15 years. So that's what I'm trying to say. So all those things feed construction. It's the ones that don't go through the regular revenue streams that will exacerbate the problem. The problem exists already, right? Because as your costs, if you're a maintenance first, which we are, as your costs rise faster than your revenue, then you're going to rob construction because you're maintenance first. And then if you got another funding stream that's all construction, no maintenance, and you add that on the top, and we see that on the top line, or the top line here, HRBT expansion, but that's just a small part of it, then that's all going to need to be maintained and operated as well. And so that just makes it that much worse or much more challenging. Does that answer the question?
Well, somewhat. I'm still curious about what funnels into the definition of new construction, apart from these big projects that have their own funding
Those five
stream.
funding streams I talked about.
But those are big funding streams. They are, what else makes up new construction? Is smart scale new construction?
That's part of those five funding streams. Smart scale is a scoring process.
Right.
It takes the high priority and district grant projects and scores them.
But if we're talking about a project in Southwest Virginia that's repairing an intersection,
Repair would not necessarily, depending on what you call repair, repair would not be construction. It would be maintenance. If it goes beyond what, you know.
if we're not
Commissioner, you
fixing
can
a
help me there.
pothole, but we're building a new lane,
We're building a new lane, that's construction.
okay.
Mr. Secretary, what might help is recognizing the differentiation between the maintenance program and the construction program. The board here, in the approval of the 6-year improvement plan or program, that is your construction program. What you're going to vote on, what is being developed in a draft format, takes smart scale, interstate operations, the revenue sharing programs that are here, state of good repair, in the safety program, all combine into your 6-year improvement program. And so that has 4,700 projects that makes up your construction program. There are turn lanes.
Program.
There are turn lanes, there are signal upgrades, there are widening projects in it, the smart scale projects. That is encompassing of your construction program. Your maintenance is your potholes, your paving operations, your guardrail, your mowing operations. Those are.
And repaving.
Yes, stormwater basins, the things that Kevin, the Chief of Maintenance and Operations, gave an overview on back in October of all of those activities. That is the makeup of the maintenance program.
Is a guardrail in a place where there has not heretofore been a guardrail construction or maintenance?
It would have to be installed as part of a construction project to be considered construction. Our forces would, there could be a safety project that we would put in there, but we may use either safety money or our safety pot that is in a construction. It depends. That's a sticky one.
But that's not where our money goes either.
No, it's not.
That's not the issue. In terms of the amounts of money. Be happy to take you through that offline, Ms. Dunlap, as well, to show you the funding formulas and how they flow into those pots and sort of what those mean. So, you know, there's there's heavy maintenance and then there's construction, and there's a gray area in there. But at the end of the day, most of it's not gray. Most of it's pretty black and white in our arena. And so we have those 5 programs that are the bulk of our construction program. Outside of that are these other construction programs that are these other entities, if you will, that we send money to. And there's no maintenance money associated with those revenue flows. All right? Hope I confused you a little bit. I'll be happy to work through that with you. All right, Ms. Farmer.
So based on those adjustments, I'd like to give a view of crossover, or the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund deficit. So as you may recall, the stream of revenue sources, 51% of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund is dedicated to the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund. If allocations needed in program areas supported by that fund exceed the amount of revenue available, a transfer is required from the construction fund to fulfill that obligation. VDOT uses a mix of both federal and state funding to fulfill the obligation. So we size the appropriate amount of federal funds that our maintenance program can absorb and can plan for against what is available and provide that. And then the crossover calculation of the state fund transfer is just math. So the preliminary fiscal year 2026 state crossover number is $533 million, which is a modest increase from the previous year. That is really representative of the revenue increase offset by the needs of the program, which is representative of some one-time items we did in fiscal year 2025 to support paving operations for both VDOT and the localities.
And so what I've been talking about here is basically that line, right? So in 2025, we took $500 million out of construction and we moved it to maintenance. In 2026, that number looks to be 533, although there's going to be an asterisk, and we'll talk about that later. And the truth is, to what I said, we could make that number bigger if you wanted to paint the house every 6 years as opposed to every 8 years or 9 years. We could make it bigger. But that would probably not be the right thing to do. So we hedge against our targets and say, do we want to drive this to 0? Or would we rather have a little bit of chip paint and still be able to put the shed in the backyard maybe? And that's the balance that we reach. But if we wanted to get really focused on maintenance and do everything that we could possibly think needs to be done, and I don't mean waste money, I don't mean do stuff that doesn't need to be done or doesn't bring value, we could spend a lot more money on it. You know, to my point of plowing the roads. We could plow them faster if we're willing to spend gobs more money. And the question is that a good use of the taxpayers' money or is it not? And so some of this is a balance that we just try to reach between those two competing forces. Yes, sir. Mr. Gribben.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, just out of curiosity, I noticed that in '23 it was 70 million, which is like, I mean, now we're at 533, which is about 7.5 times more. I was just curious as how is it that we...
Look at the federal number, Mr. Gribben.
Okay, so it's federal funding is what we're spending on that.
Yes, sir.
So we grab as much federal money as we can and put it in there if we can.
Yep.
And we were able to put 528, and this year we're taking 283.
So I actually had another question about federal money, but before we get there, just curious. So how then do we determine what is, to your point, how often do we repaint the house? I get the fact that we have a ton of federal money, so let's repaint it even if it doesn't need now.
Oh.
But how do we know what the baseline is?
Because we have targets. We have targets on paving condition. We have targets on bridge conditions. We have targets on how many times we cut the grass. We have targets on how many times we pick up litter. We have targets on ditching and culverts and all sorts of things. And we set those targets, and then we try to meet them. And obviously, the higher the target, the more money it costs to meet them. And so we have all those targets, and are we meeting them all? No, we're not. And so we're making some conscious decisions that we may not get to 75, we may get to 69 or 71 or whatever the number might be. Because if we got to 75 and we got to every target we wanted to get to, that number might be zero in construction, and that's not good either. And so, again, if you want no paint chipping on the house, then that's one thing. If you're willing to have a little bit chipping, not getting in the rot, but not looking as good as you want it to be, that's another thing, and that's the balance that we're trying to achieve.
Yes, I'm still just, I'm sorry, just a little, so were we hitting our targets in 22 and 23 then? Okay, so we were.
And we didn't have targets in the old days, Mr. Grimm, the same way we
Okay.
have them today.
Okay.
This is a more new thing. We didn't have firm targets on a lot of these things. And the truth is, we didn't know all of our inventory either. Okay? So we've been in a rebuilding process. VDOT's changed dramatically in the last 15 years. We had like 4,000 more people 15 years ago, right? We changed our model, right? And so we didn't have the same, it's not the same, but we didn't have all these same targets. We're getting a handle on more inventory. We're getting a handle on what the targets really should be and shouldn't be. And listen, it's one thing, and this becomes part of the process. When you're in the country, you're in the rural area, and the median's, 1.5 feet tall. It's different than if you're in the middle of a congested urban area, right? It's different. It looks different. It feels different. I remember being down in the district and in the Salem district, and I was talking to Ken King, and we were talking about like where we plant wildflowers in some of the medians. And if you don't maintain that, some people can sort of look at it and say, you're just not cutting the grass, dude. And so he edges around it, right? He'll cut the edge around it so it's obvious that we're maintaining. That's what we want it to look like, right? And it looks kind of good, right? And even if it's a little longer, I have a farm on 33 in Middlesex County. If it's a little longer out there, it's not the same as it is other places. And so how do you balance on all those things? Because it costs a lot of money to pick up the trash and cut the grass every time you do it. And if you want it done 6 times a year, it's twice as expensive as if you want it done 3 times a year, and it's a lot of money. And so we're hedging, we're hedging. We're letting the paint chip a little bit. Not too much that it gets rotten, and then we got a lot more cost, but it may not look the best that we want it to look. And so that's what we're struggling with here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So is it fair to conclude then at 24 and 25, we essentially shifted our program to more accurately measure our maintenance needs and meet those needs? And that's why there's a step up in maintenance funding in those 2 years?
It's cost. It's a lot of it's cost, Mr. Cribbin. A lot of it's just increasing cost, right? You pay one line mile, it costs you $10, and the next year it's 15.
Okay.
You're up 50%. You didn't do any more.
Yeah.
So it's all that.
All of that.
We're trying to get into our targets and meeting our targets while adjusting them to get to some reality. And in the meantime, our unit costs are going like that, where our revenue stream is going like that. And that difference is, we're eating that,
Right.
and you're seeing that here too.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hi, Ms. Farmer.
So just to provide some additional assumptions for the highway construction programs that lead into the allocations available. We have brought back the allocation of Garvey bonds into this programming cycle, allocating $100 million in each fiscal year in 2027, 29, and 31 to allow for the exercise of any flexibility needed to deploy Garveys on projects that are interstate eligible or eligible for either of our smart scale programs. And so those are flexible sources.
And let me double down on that. So we championed and supported in the legislature previously to give us some flexibility with the Garveys. So they weren't just, and we briefed this probably 6, 8, 10 months ago, a year ago, because they were limited in where we could use them, and we opened it up a little bit. We had capacity. We could pay it back. It just legislatively, code-wise, we weren't allowed to use it some places. So we were able to get the legislature to give us some additional flexibility, which was really been, very helpful to get some of these things done. It makes a lot of sense. We just couldn't do it before. Yes, ma'am.
Associated with that, we have estimated the debt service associated with those bonds and provided that in the planning period if, according to their sales schedule. So prudently setting aside the federal dollars for those bonds. In terms of revenue sharing, we're continuing the state share of funds available over the period. Every year, there's $100 million available for revenue sharing. The Innovation and Technology Transportation Fund, or ITTF, is set up in the Code of Virginia as an off-the-top item over the High Priority Projects Program, and we continue that funding level at $25 million each year. And then for the district grant program, we're required to set aside money for unpaved roads each year, $25 million each year. And so that is continued through the 2031 period. This slide provides the preliminary construction allocations for formula distribution. So to the Secretary's comments earlier, these are the 5 major program categories of funding that are affected by state and federal money that flows through our formulas. State of good repair is dedicated 30% of what's available. High priority, district grant, and the interstate programs are each allocated 20%, and the safety program is 10%. This total is provided over the planning period, and the difference from the previous assumptions, what those maintenance adjustments do to the construction program in addition to the revenue that's available to it, those differences are calculated in the row below. So a reduction over the period from what we approved last summer of $773 million.
So, Ms. Dunlop, these 5 programs here are what make up our regular construction, right? That's when we talk about construction, this is what we're talking about.
Just to highlight state of good repair, the annual allocations for the program are provided and their difference over previous assumptions. So over the period of the same overlapping 5 years, it's a reduction of $222 million. This is a busy chart, but I wanted to make sure that you understood the implications for the interstate program. So in the earlier presentation, I mentioned how I-81 has a dedicated fuel tax revenue. So after we cover the debt service on the financing cost of 81, the fuel tax funding is available for projects. And then I-81, in addition to I-95 and I-64, have dedicated shares based on truck BMT. And so this slide just provides what we're currently planned based on those construction allocations and the differences from what was approved last year in June. This slide provides the safety allocation and the change. So the difference over the previous assumptions is a $77 million reduction. And now we step into the 2 categories of funding that are used for smart scale prioritization and allocation distribution. So the High Priority Projects Program has a reduction of $154.6 million over the planning period. And District Grant, because they have the similar share, the formula distribution piece of District Grant has the same exact reduction as the High Priority over the period. But in 8 construction districts, there's also the Supplemental District Grant Program, which is not a part of the formula distribution. It represents the fuel taxes collected in every other place in the Commonwealth dedicated to their construction district and supplemented to the allocation available for district grant. And so, yes, sir. And so what I wanted to point out here is that Supplemental District Grant Program came a part of Smart Scale with the 2020 omnibus legislation. So it started in 2021. In round 4, we had 4 fiscal years worth of these funds available for programming. In round 5, we went to 5 fiscal years of 2025 through 2029. And so round 5 was always seen as a high in implementing these funds. And then with round 6, most of the funding from the supplemental fuel comes from 2 fiscal years, the latter end of the programming period. And so from a planning perspective, we did know that round 6 would likely always be smaller than round 5 as a result of the supplemental and how it affects the 8 construction districts. But it's just another nuance of this update for round 6.
So basically what Ms. Farmer's telling us is when we implemented the supplemental grant program, we were doing a catch-up, okay? Hadn't existed before. And so in round 4, we had 21 through 24 supplemental grant money, right? We had 3 years there. In round 5, we had 4, and in round 6, we've got 2. Those aren't the right numbers. 3, 4, and 2. Is that right? Point is, we were doing a big catch-up. So Christmas came early, right? We got that money, we dumped it into those rounds. It wasn't the normal cadence because we were catching up. So now we've caught up. And now we don't have an early Christmas anymore, if you will, and we're back to our regular cadence. So we had higher numbers earlier, which was good. It was the right thing to do. It was good. But we're coming off that slope onto the normal slope now. So all these things cascade together. We got the fact that we had more money before because we were catching up. We had less cost before. We had less pull on the maintenance budget before, da-da-da-da-da-da. And all these things come together to have an impact on the final number that's available for construction, the smart scale, and all the rest of the programs. And so that makes sense? All right, Ms. Farmer.
So this slide summarizes the estimated allocations available for Smart Scale Round 6. High priority, as I just went through, we net those reductions over the planning 5-year period that we had previously, in addition to what's available in 2031, for a total formula distribution amount available of $123.6 million. It's the same amount on the district grant side. And then high priority also has balances available from previous rounds. Those balance entries are there as Kim brings adjustments with projects and projects are canceled or released. This is where the funding goes. Same thing on the district grant side. There is a balance entry from the previously adopted program. That represents, a piece of that is that supplemental fuel in in the 8 districts, in addition to district grant funding that has been released over time or available. And then the supplemental fuel available when we include 2031 of $143.2 million. So altogether, it's just at $1.1 billion for this round available for distribution.
And so what I was trying to tell you before is you could make a case, which we're not making, that number ought to be a lot less. Right? You could make that case. You want to fully fund maintenance, you want to hit all these targets, you want to have this, you want to have it at this level, then that costs X. And if you want a little bit less, it's X minus a little bit. If you want more, it's X plus a little bit. And that's the machination we get in. That's what we're trying to work through as we try to bring to you the number that makes the most sense. And so, Dr. Smoot loves this. So there's flexibility here because we're making judgments and making recommendations. And so what I'll also tell you, which Ms. Farmer will get into on the next slide, is we're telling you this number, and these numbers are going out, right? We haven't figured out a lien. We haven't figured out all the snow yet, and the year's not over, right? We're making our best guess here, folks. And you may see us come back as we figure out a lien and we figure out snow and we get through the snow season, we could theoretically come back and say, folks, that number's a little bit less than we want it to be. So we're going to start with the number we think it's going to be. And this is the number we want it to be. But if we do what we're supposed to do and a lien doesn't work out like we think, and we get more snow costs and other costs associated with weather and maintenance, these kind of extreme maintenance events, I might come back and say, board, we don't, it's not $1.1 billion. Maybe it's, 925. And we will have scored some projects at $1.1 billion that aren't going to get funded. But I don't want to start there, right? I'm optimistic. I want to start in the place we think it's going to land. We're just not sure yet. And so when we're going to recommend to you, we're going to do it with an asterisk. And we're going to say, folks, if we do the analysis and we found out the foundation needs to be replaced, then we're going to have to replace the foundation. And that's going to come out of this number. I don't think that's the case, but we want everybody to understand that. So we're trying to do the best that we're trying to do what we think is accurate and the best number we can get to, but we're going to put a little asterisk beside it and say, as we continue to get through this. And all I have to tell you is, I'm talking Northern Virginia alone, $1 million a day. Northern Virginia alone. Excuse me, $1 million an hour. $24 million a day. So string about 10 days together, you got $240 million you just spent that you weren't planning on spending. That's the kind of impact these things have on us. Sorry, Commissioner, yeah, an hour. What was I thinking? I'll take it a day. Yeah, we take it a day. We'll do that all day long. That's where we are, okay? So if you're a praying kind of person, pray for no snow, all right? Or just a light dusting that goes away by the morning. Hi, Ms. Farmer. I stole your thunder, but.
Yes, so the secretary did steal my thunder. The draft allocations we're presenting do represent our best-case scenario. We're not prepared to really hone in on what that number would be to finish the year in the black in terms of our maintenance commitments in response to both Helene and snow. And gosh, it's only the 14th of January, and it already feels like it's been a complete season. And so the finishing fiscal year 2025 is uncertain based on activity to date for VDOT. And so we need to monitor our spending and any additional events between now and the March timeframe, hopefully when spring comes, and understand the implications to the department. And please understand that we will do everything we can internally to monitor budgets and spending, we will look under couch cushions, we will delay discretionary spending before we actually come to you with any recommendations that would reduce funding for construction in order to provide additional money for maintenance in the current fiscal year. And how that implicates Smart Scale is any funding available from previous rounds that is in those numbers for this round is what would be adjusted if we needed to come back and reduce funding for construction. We're obviously monitoring the General Assembly and anything implications for transportation funding. It's still very early in session, and so we'll see how that goes. But our plan, according to the calendar, is we will commit draft budgets and a draft 6-year program in April of 2025 based on these assumptions we've presented to you today. Any questions?
Mr. Griffin.
Just thank you, Mrs. Farmer. That was very, very well done. 2 questions. Early on, you talked about revenues were higher. I'm assuming those are in nominal dollars. And do we have any estimates over what the net increase would be? Are they inflation? Like, if we have inflation that potentially could eliminate that step up in dollars, or is inflation driving? Are those dollars sort of go up as inflation goes up?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Griffin, I would say that our planning side of the house, in terms of where we allocate funds to, we use inflationary impacts. If we're developing an estimate today for a project to be delivered in 2 years, inflation is embedded in that as best we know about what may happen going forward. And so we handle the implications of inflation to the department and our cost on the allocation side, and leave the experts at taxation to help us with the revenue estimates and how they change.
All right, thank you. The other question is, it seems like obviously any budgeting, there's a lot of uncertainty. It seems like one of the bigger elements of uncertainty is what future federal funding is going to be. IIJA increased highway funding by about 40%. I think it's a question as to whether or not we stay at the new baseline or if we drop back down to an old baseline. And so how do you anticipate, like what happens if federal funds revert to pre-IIJA funding? And does that complicate then the use of GARVES, which in essence are you're borrowing against future federal highway revenues? So to help me understand how you think about federal funding as part of all of this.
Sure. So we continuously monitor what's happening. Our planning is that the base programs will remain unchanged, and we have very modest growth across, I think, less than 2% across all categories of federal funds. And so we're watching that, but we stay ahead of it in a way that, because of the cycle of the federal fiscal year, hopefully we'll be able to implement any changes. In terms of GARVE bonds and our commitments on our current debt service schedules, we committed to the market and everyone else when we implemented GARVES many years ago that it's our first obligation out the door. We don't obligate any other projects until our debt service for that given year is done first. And then if it's significant enough, we may have to reconsider whether we want to issue additional debt that currently has no plan to be used right now. We would definitely bring that decision back and see what we need to do to remove it.
Okay, fantastic. That's helpful. Yeah, but second, I would just like to note that with uncertainty around federal funding, if we were to issue additional GARVE bonds, and as Mrs. Farmer explained, those have first call on our federal revenues, that could leave us into a really awkward situation.
That's why we're pretty conservative in that regard, Mr. Griffin. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Good, did I see you wanted a question earlier? Okay. What else? So lots of challenges, but we got lots of good stuff going on, and this is what it's all about, is figuring out how to meet the challenges. Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Appreciate all your good work.
Thank you.
And that leads us into our item number 5, Smart Scale Round 6 Staff Recommended Scenario, Ms. Brooke Jackson. So what some of your new members don't know is, if you haven't been here for at least a couple years, our smart scale numbers that you're getting ready to see are going to get released right now to the world as we see them. You haven't seen them yet, and they haven't seen them yet. And so what they're going to do is they're going to take all those projects and they're going to go down to $1.1 billion and see whether they got in or not. And we'll see that. And all I can say is, I'll continue to say this, we are working really hard to make sure that number's $1.1 billion. But if you heard me before, you know that we have given our best guess and we have maximized the number conservatively, but maximize that number. It's not going to get bigger unless the world changes dramatically, but it could get smaller. And so what we're hoping to do is to hold on to that numbers and keep it that number, but it may not. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. But that's where we're heading. Ms. Jackson.
Awesome. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I am excited to be here today to go over the fiscal year 2026 Round 6 Smart Scale results with you. But first, before I get into all the details of the presentation, I do want to take a moment to honor the breadth of staff that's required to get this entire process done. We're on a 2-year cycle, as most of you know. But to get to the point where we are today, it takes a lot of people to make this happen. It takes a lot of VDOT folks, it takes a lot of DRPT folks, OIP staff, the Smart Scale team is over here. District DRPT, or District VDOT and DRPT staff, they're heavily involved from an idea on a whiteboard to an application that's created after the idea and study is done, to validating and screening these applications. And then the central office is mostly involved with validation and then scoring teams. So we pull on the planning division, the traffic operations division, we pull on the environmental division, and we also have a lot of consultant staff as our partner hand in hand as we go throughout this process. So I need to recognize them as well. And now we have VEDP as one of our partners, and that was as a result of our study, so we do want to recognize their support in this process. They help score their part of the economic development that you'll see. And all of those folks, just thank you to all of those that I mentioned, but to those that are not here or I did not mention, just thank you for the time. It has been 4 months of scoring and 6 months since the application process is open. Actually, it opened in March, so it's about 9 months.
Brooke, let me say this. So we're in round 6 now. I was here when it first started as a kernel of an idea. Mr. Kaspertz was right behind that and helped devise the scoring program, which has since been tinkered with a bit here and there. But it's been a heck of a ride, and it's a great program, and it does take an incredible amount of work. And I'll tell you that it has improved over time. One thing that we've done substantially in terms of improvement is to really work to get quality applications in. As you know, as we saw last year and before that, there were too many applications coming, too many of which were not ready. And so people on the local levels are doing all this work, and then they send it to us, and we're doing all this work, and we throw it out. And that's just a waste of time and money, and it's frustrating to everybody. We're doing too much work, they're doing too much work, and it's a lot of loss. And so we've worked really hard, the staff has worked really hard over the last rounds as they've seen this iterate to make sure the process is as efficient as it can be, to make sure that the localities understand how to be ready, how to submit an application. And listen, it's one thing if you're Fairfax County, and it's another thing if you're a small county without the same resources. And so the team has really done a great job of trying to work with those people, particularly that don't have as much resource, to allow them to have good, solid applications. And it's just been nice to watch it over my term in transportation since I was here when it first was sort of a kernel of an idea. And it's just gotten better and better each year, or each round, I should say. And Ms. Jackson and all the people that she's talked about and all the people that are involved in transportation should be saluted for where we are today. It is looked upon as world-class, gold standard, as is VDOT across the country in so many arenas, and DRPT as well, our transportation team. But this has been particularly good, and it's in a pretty good place. It can get better. We're going to keep pushing, but you've done a great job, Ms. Jackson, you and the team. Thank you.
And just one more thing, everyone is seeing these results at the same time. So all the folks that I mentioned, they're just as excited as you are, as applicants are. They work in a little bubble, working on their particular piece of the puzzle, not knowing how it fits in the bigger scheme in the picture. So it is also good for them to see.
Yeah, but I got to see them already.
All right. So this is the quick outline, but I'll just go into it. So I do have to torture you with a little bit of background first. I promise I'll keep it as brief as possible. But Smart Scale is in code outlining the process and funding with further rules and definitions outlined in the CTB policy. We worked very hard as a team over the 2023 year to work on policy, and I'm going to cover a couple of those policy improvements that were made throughout that process in 2023. But Smart Scale is a tool, and I always try to remember and remind folks of this. VDOT, OIP, and DRPT work with the CTB members over the next 3 months to determine if you want to make changes to this staff recommended scenario. We call it the staff recommended scenario, but it is a one-to-one reflection of board policy. So it is really the board's first draft and the first cut, even though we call it the staff recommended scenario. We will come back to you in May to present the or the consensus scenario is what we'll call it, and that includes improvements and changes that you might have that have gone out to the public. And it has to go through a transparent process, and we'll come back in May again to present any changes to the staff recommended scenario. Smart Scale is a data-driven, outcome-based prioritization process. It was put in place to improve the transparency and accountability of project selection and stabilizing the 6-year improvement program. The main pillars of the Smart Scale process is that there's a benefit-cost relationship in this. We use benefit cost But the cost part of it is requested dollar amounts. This considers leverage from localities, from regional entities, from transit agencies. We want to encourage them to have skin in the game and to want their projects and put money on their projects. And so we reward that by the cost component, including their leverage that they have. So it's only amount that they ask for, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we go through the results. And there are 6 factors. Those are written in code, but it is board policy to determine how these factors are weighted. It's a multimodal project evaluation, and one of the main requirements is that you have to meet a V-Trans need before you apply. So that is the baseline to get in the door, is meeting a V-Trans need, and Jatinder has been here discussing the V-Trans need process with you. And projects must be fully funded when added to the SIP, and that's part of that stabilization. So by code, we're required to bring this to you today so you can vote on it in June. How we deliver these results is through this presentation. Detailed scoring spreadsheets will be provided. And additionally, we have project scorecards, which are individual, one 8.5 by 11 sheet for every single project that has a description and the scoring by every factor, measure, all of the details of the project will be available. So we will provide that to you directly after this meeting, and then they'll be publicly available on our website by the end of the day today. So quickly, our improvements that were implemented from the 2023 Smart Scale Review, today's results are a reflection of the year-long work that we did as a group in 2023, even though we called the staff recommended again. So this is the reflection of all the implemented improvements. As the Secretary was noting, there was a push for improved readiness. A lot of the ways that we had approached that this round was through a lot of applicants had resubmission of projects. We saw 45% of our applications were resubmissions, and so that helped with readiness because they had already proved that they were ready in a previous round. And then another way that we help as a state is Pipeline and STARS program. And you've heard Chad talk about Pipeline. He was here in December, and that is a very keystone part now built into Smart Scale. A lot of these projects come out of that process. One other thing when I'm talking about consensus is this round we're going to encourage using applicant delivery performance, and that is construction delivery performance. They have projects already in the pipeline that are fully funded from previous rounds, and how are we doing implementing those projects? And so that'll be a piece of information that we'll encourage you to consider as you're finalizing what this consensus scenario looks like. And that's something we brought up and discussed in the review.
Sellers.
I remember asking if that was gonna be involved, and I did not remember I thought we were told that wasn't gonna be involved yet.
It's not involved in the staff recommended.
It's not in the staff, Ms. Sellers. This is about, we're providing you data as a board member
Right.
that you can use in your judgments to decide what the board's gonna decide, as opposed to what the staff has recommended to you. So you know, and this is a slope we need to be very careful on. We have taken the staff recommendations and we've changed them over many rounds, right? We've said, no, we're not going to do this project, or we're going to do that project. And that's our duty and our right as a board. But if we do too much of that, then you got to wonder about the system, right? The system isn't very good if you're changing it all the time, you're changing the outcomes or the answers, and you don't like the answers, so you change the decision. If that happens too often, that's not very good. And so we don't want to find ourselves in that position. But at the end of the day, it's our job as board members to vote and decide on what we think are the right projects. And the Smart Scale scoring process is a guide. It is not a requirement that we follow it. But again, we want to follow it most of the times, or we better get a new system. And so one of the things we're going to bring to you is some concept about how they've delivered. So if you got a bad actor or somebody that's not, let me rephrase that, if somebody that's not doing so well, right, you may not want to load more projects onto them. We saw that in stuff that we've already done where some localities on locally administered projects were not doing so well, right? And so what did we say? We say, hey, tighten up, let us come help you, but tighten up, or we're not gonna keep sending this stuff to you, right? That's not okay. We're not gonna let you do that if you're not doing it well. And so to the same point here, we're gonna give you that data now that shows you what the performance of delivering the projects that have already been given to them is, and allows you to put that into part of your decision-making as we look to develop consensus scenario. The consensus scenario could be called the board scenario versus the staff scenario, the board decision. Does that answer the question, Ms. Ehlers?
It does, just make sure
So,
it's
so nothing you're
clear.
gonna see in your scoring is gonna reflect anything in that area at all.
It's those localities that have those reports that are on that list, that get those reports that say, hey, we haven't performed that well in the past. Make sure that they understand that's not why. Because looking at this list, people are not gonna be happy today. You're not gonna get very nice emails today. I know I'm not going to be getting very nice emails today. And so, just to make sure it's clear to those localities that this was not part of the criteria,
Not part.
so that they know that.
It's merely info for you.
So on to the policy improvements. There were 4 main policy improvements that were implemented into CDB policy at the end of 2023. So clarifying that high priority projects program definition ensured that projects were of statewide or regional significance. And we did this 2 ways. Refining the definition of what types of projects are eligible for HPP. All the same rules applied for DGP. I think that's a distinction that needs to be made. This is only specifically for HPP, 2 pots of money. Distributing all the HPP program funds, basing them on statewide rankings of smart scale scores rather than district rankings. We had done that in the past, and this time it is straightforward, ranked by the state, and we'll talk through the steps once we get to that. We reduced the influence of the 1-factor majority of the land use factor, making it a multiplier of all other factor areas. Additionally, applied forward-looking congestion benefit. So we looked 7 years in the future. That's what you'll see in these results. And they align better with project design requirements that are based on future growth volumes and consider future economic growth. Lastly, we incorporated VEDP's proposed process, focusing on the Commonwealth's top economic areas of focus. This slide in here is mainly for reference, but I did want to highlight that many factor area weighting types were changed in the process as well. And those are listed there by round 5 or 6, so you can see how the change was made and remember how we actually applied the policy at the end of the year. And the round 6 weightings are what is used in the staff recommended scenario that I'm about to get into. This is a round over round comparison. We had the fewest number of apps this round, but nearly the highest request amount. So we started with 325 applications at the pre-app, and that by the time we were at full app submission and they received all of our feedback on how ready the project was, they might have decided to not submit the full application or get pre-screened out. We got to 277. And then through full application screening, we were able to score 270 projects. In our staff recommended scenario this round, we have recommended 53 projects for funding. And the total funding requested this round was $8.2 billion. You will see that number has gone up since October, and that has to do with VDOT and DRPT validating the estimates. So that number has gone up because they might have seen a lower estimate and put back feedback that they missed a sound wall or they missed a particular piece of the estimate and that it might need to have gone up since that time. And then the total funding allocated, that's related to directly to those 53 projects. So those 53 projects equal $1 billion. And the value of projects supported considers that leverage funding I was talking about. Applicants putting the skin in the game. This is our lowest leverage funding round that we have seen. It's accounting for about 10% of the overall total cost of projects of leverage.
We don't particularly like that number. Yes, sir.
I'd like an explanation as to those numbers, because if you look at the first 5 rounds, just looking at numbers from the applications to the scoring to the recommendations, I mean, there's a dramatic drop-off from the first 5 rounds to round 6 on the number that the staff is recommending, less than 20%.
They're bigger
And that's
projects.
never been true in the past.
They're bigger projects.
But the value of the project supported is less than any other previous round.
That's a submission decision, right? If nobody if nobody in this state sends this project with leverage, then that number is equal to the other number, and that's what it is. And that's a decision that they make, and the more they leverage their project with their own money, the higher it scores, because our cost, which is what we call the cost, our cost is a lower percentage of the total, and they score better. But our system does not mandate that. It allows them to do that. And if they don't do that, then we score them the way they send them to us. And if they're not willing to put their own money into it, and somebody else isn't willing to put their own money into it, then we score them, and it comes out the way it comes out. So that's not a state decision. That's a local decision. That's a local applicant decision as to how much they want to try to leverage their projects. And we just do what they do. We accept what they give us. I don't like seeing that. I like to see more skin in the game. I will tell you, though, Mr. Folks, some of this gets, numbers are numbers, and let me give you an example. Is it round 3, Mr. Commissioner? Where's HRBT? 3, round 3. Look at round 3. The round 3 jumps off the page. And it jumps off the page because we have less money allocated. 900 million is all we had, all the money we had to spend. And we got $5 billion of projects. Wow. Guess what? It's called the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. That changed the whole thing. It's a $4 billion project. 92% came from somewhere else. And so, $4 billion. And so you look at that $5 billion, and about 3.2 of it was in one project, right? So it makes it look very different. You took that one out and redid these numbers, it'd look very different. So some of that happens in here. But there's no question that we don't have as much leverage as we'd like to see. But that's a local, and typically, you see a lot of in Northern Virginia, you don't see a lot of leverage in some of their projects, right? That's just not their strategy. And we don't set the individual strategy, we just react to what they ask us for. And we judge, we score them against everybody else's, and the scoring is the scoring. So that's part of the answer. That's not something we do, that's something that they do. Mr. Kaspertz.
Secretary, that would indicate a strategy change on the part of our applicants, and I direct this at Brooke. What's the reason for that? What have our applicants determined that prompts them to submit projects with a much lower level of additional funding?
Mr. Kaspowitz, there is no straightforward answer to that. A lot of it has to do with what you see historically was previously allocated money on projects. So in round 1, as an example, there was almost twice as much leveraged. And that's because they were lingering in the 6-year improvement program for a long time, and they had little bits of money on them, and they were able to leverage that and consider that as leverage. I think regionally there's different strategies. MBTA has a different strategy than CVTA, than HR TAC has. CVTA, you'll see when we look at the Richmond district, that's the CVTA representation, they have a higher leverage amount, and they're using their money to leverage. But I won't speak for the applicant community.
It depends.
Seems like it might need further investigation. In some respects, I think it's a purer approach from the standpoint of our selections, if there's less leverage. But I still find it interesting that in 1 year it changed that dramatically, especially with the lower number of total selections that we're making. I'd just be interested in pursuing more detail on that as we go through the investigative phase.
And as Brooke told you, when we started this, we had all these balances out there on all these different projects, and that all got swept in as leverage. So in the early years, that's part of it. These folks are smart, right? And they have strategies they set up.
That's my point.
They set up strategies to try to get the most money they can get, the way they want to get it, where they want it. And you know, I spoke to round 3, that's why you recast that number and take out 3.2 or $3.3 billion out of that number of 5.1, all right? And you got a very different picture. And so that vagary happens in round 3. So, I mean, I don't think it's, we've been in an economic scenario where people are stressed, budgets are stressed, you know, prices are up. So we'll learn more along the way, but it's nothing that, these are local or regional decisions that are made, right? And we'll continue to collect data and talk to people and try to understand why they're doing what they're doing. But at the end of the day, what our job is to do is to make sure that state money is going on projects that return the greatest value to the people that are paying for it. And if the localities aren't willing to leverage that money, then that's sort of up to them. I think that the changes we made, and we'll see some more of that as we go forward, have gotten us what we expected to get us. As to the leverage, some of that's explainable and some of it I don't know. Yes, Ms. Sellers.
To add to that, Mr. Coleman and I last time looked at the money, the leverage money, talked a lot about the leverage money, because Fredericksburg District left 50-something million on the table. And we were looking into it of why do they put money on certain projects and not other projects, and how do you do this a little bit differently? So I have a spreadsheet somewhere, because he and I spent a lot of time looking at leverage money.
Given for those who put money up.
Yes, and how do we give credit for money given up, and how do you look at this? Because we were very
That
interested
minimizes
in it.
that problem, actually.
So,
You get credit if you leverage. And you don't if you don't. Mr. Stant.
Question, back to my favorite topic of land use. Basically, as I look at the previous slide, as long as there were scoring in the other factors, as long as there was one score of some other factor, then land use would be given 100%.
No.
I don't understand what the up to 100% added means then.
Up to. Brooke, Ms. Jackson.
Mr. Sant, real quickly, you'll see in the results that we post on the website, it's a multiplier. So land use is calculated as it was before and normalized as it was before. So if you're the top scoring land use score, you get 100, and then everything is a percentage of that top scoring project in land use. So if you are the 50th percentile best land use, all your benefit summation scores would be multiplied by 1.5 if you were in the middle of the pack. So we had seen that land use was
Before it was a 20, 15, 20%.
But it was carrying more than its weight. So what you see there
Way
is
more.
20, 15, 10, and 10. We were seeing that it was contributing to funding scored projects that got funded. It was contributing nearly 50% of the benefit.
Correct.
Now, I can say we preliminarily looked at it, and it is in a lot more alignment with the other factors. It is at attributing 21% total. Safety's 30, congestion's 10, accessibility 17. So we are seeing it do exactly what we wanted it to do from the land use perspective. It's carrying the weight that it always was intended to carry, just through a different method. Hopefully.
I'll have to look at the score, and then maybe I can understand it at that point.
Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, this is really a question rather than a statement. On the first page, we saw a number of state agencies, transportation related, listed as participating in this process.
No, sir. what you saw was an OIP flag. And OIP is a secretariat entity. And so it's showing you the secretariat's logos.
Okay.
They're not participating.
So,
The only ones that participate in this are DRPT and VDOT.
right, that's what I wanted to confirm.
Aviation's not in there,
We
none of those
provide no funding
So
for
go back to
aviation.
See, it says the Office of the Secretary of Transportation. This is not a VDOT presentation.
Right.
This is a secretary's presentation, and the secretary's page has all the secretary's authorities and agencies. So the Port Authority, Aviation, Spaceport, they're all listed. They have nothing to do with smart scale. They just happen to be agencies or authorities of the
Okay,
transportation.
that's what I thought, and I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, sir. We haven't let anybody else into your money, sir.
Okay, and second question, so based on what we believe at this point, there is about, in round numbers, a 30% reduction in funding from the last round, in round numbers.
The total funding allocated last round was 1.6.
Right, and it's 1.0 this time.
Right, so I'm not sure, yeah, I mean, if you want to call that 30%.
I mean, in very round numbers, we've lost about a third of the capacity we had in the previous round, which will be helpful when we have to talk to people in our district, I think, to help them understand that there just wasn't as much money to go around this time.
And as I told you, I could have come back to you with a
I understand.
recommendation that was substantially less than that.
Yeah, I understand.
I could have. I didn't think it was the right thing to do. I don't think it makes sense. I wasn't going to do that. But you could have made a case.
Yeah.
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Smoot, recall what the Chief Financial Officer said about round 5, that there was supplemental DGP that was available for 5 years, Laura, that we took, we had the option under round 5 that we could have taken either 2-year increments or program that full 5 years, and the decision was to take advantage of the marketplace and advance 5 years worth of that supplemental fuels. And so we were at a very high point. We're back to something that is much more normal now in what you're going to see out of supplemental fuel.
So just to go back through that number, Dr. Smoot, round 4 had $393 million of supplemental in it. Round 5 had $666 million. Round 5, if we'd taken a supplemental out, it'd been $666 million less. And round 6, this is on slide 18 in Ms. Farmer's presentation. In round 6, we're only showing $243 million. So there's a $420 million difference in supplemental funding because we accelerated. It's not because the numbers went down, it's because we were catching up. And we chose to accelerate that funding as opposed to letting it sit there and wait and wait and wait and let inflation eat it up.
Yeah.
So if you straight line this out and you hadn't accelerated it, you wouldn't see the same swings. If you took HRBT out, you wouldn't see the same swings. The swings are real, they're there, but there's legitimate numbers reasons that explain why some of that's there. And all you have to do is just take my last comment, $420 million between round 5 and round 6 is the change in the supplemental funding. So take 400, split the difference, split the difference, and you got, you're at 1.4 and you're at 1.2. Still a difference, but not as radical, right? So those are some of these nuances. And frankly, nobody's gonna, it's not the way it works. But at the end of the day, would you rather have your money earlier in round 5, or would you rather wait till round 6? And my answer is give it to me in round 5. Let me get the project value to my citizens, and let me not have inflation ravage me even more than it already is. So that's the decision we made. I thought it was a good decision. I still think it's a good decision. But it artificially inflated those early ones to the detriment of where we are today. Yes, sir. What else? Okay, Brooke, keep going.
All right, and this piggybacks off of that pretty well. This table is following up on Ms. Farmer's presentation. The funding distribution for the fiscal year 2026, round 6, available funding is here by district and by the high priority programs pot available money. This is not a reflection of what is allocated. This is a reflection of what is available. I will get into what is allocated in the next round. One reminder that we want to make for everyone is that this is the best case scenario to keep in mind as we're going through the process. I know we're belaboring that topic, but there could be additional impacts to those dollars amounts, and we just need to be mindful as we go through the consensus scenario as well.
And let me say this, so you see those subtractions because of cost increases. As we make these decisions, Dr. Smoot, to gross up projects that are short, right? We can be taking that from the next round, right? So we got a project that's been approved. The numbers change. It goes up. It still would have scored and been selected, but the number's up. And we'll take a round 5 project and go into round 6 and pull some money and pull it into round 5 to fund, if you will, to fund that project, and that has a negative effect on 6, right? Was it the right thing to do? Darn right, but it has an impact. So that is an additional impact that you'll see as we have these projects that creep up in cost.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
So those funds have been taken out of this round to feed the projects that are over budget in Stanton and Culpeper?
Yes, Mr. Lawson, those CTB members are also very much aware of this. And it is a district grant-only issue, not HPP. So none of the projects in HPP are impacted by that same issue.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
To now go through the selection process, we start with completing our smart scale score, which is the benefit divided by the requested amount. And that score is put into 2 funding steps with qualifications on eligibility. So in step 1, to be eligible for DGP, you have to be a locality and you need to meet a VTrans need, any VTrans need. So, but only localities can compete in that district grant program. And that first column of funds that you see, only localities are eligible for. You fund the top scoring projects sorted by the district until you cannot fully fund that next project in the district. Go district by district. Then everything that is remaining that is eligible for HPP is sorted back together statewide, sorted by the smart scale score, if eligible for HPP, and going down the list, fund HPP eligible projects. Localities can still be eligible for HPP. I don't want folks to get confused on that. If they're meeting that COSS need or the regional network need and the other outline definitions that the board set, absolutely they're competing for HPP funds. And you will see that in the results. So this is the summary of the staff recommended funding scenario. One note I'd like to make, we are analyzing how the policy changes that were made in 2023 have impacted this scenario, and we plan to come back with more information on how this round did in relation to what you wanted out of policy from our review. As we mentioned, the numbers are in flux. How much we were able to allocate throughout the process, we had the 1.808 billion available, and after going through both the step 1 and step 2, the remaining total was $83.1 million, and that is represented in the columns step 1 and step 2. At the bottom, you'll see the remaining amount available after we went through the 2-step process. So we showed this slide last round. This is the round 6 version on the principal improvement type. As a reminder, there could be multiple improvement types on a project. You could have a highway project with bike and ped components with a transit component, but you have a primary type. You have one that takes the majority of the cost, and then we assign a primary type from that. One note I would like to make is the success rate of the funding is now almost nearly identical to the request. So we had 88.3% highway requested funding, and we ended up funding 87%. Our funding allocated was 87%. Similar for bike and ped, 9.9% was requested and 9.6% was allocated. So that is a very good comparison. Last round, it was twice as much money and twice the success rate for bike and ped versus highway projects.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Casperts.
Brooke, thanks for including this chart. I was going to ask for this, and it certainly helps to give us some indication of the work, how the work that we did last year on adjusting category percentages is impacting the outcome. But very much in line with the question I asked in an earlier meeting, we have TDM, rail transit, and rail freight with 0% from an application or a project selection standpoint. And we have our primary transit category with 3.5% or 3.3%. Why the imbalance? The charge from the General Assembly was we were to look multimodally. And although there's no set percentage on this, 0 doesn't score from a standpoint of looking multimodally at how we make these selections.
The two things I would, Mr. Secretary.
Well, just start with the application scored column. Sorry? Applications scored column, right? If you don't have an application and nobody asks you for any money, then they don't get any money, right? And we don't define that you can't apply. There's not an application for that money. And so in the case of bus transit, there were 3 applications and 2 of them got funded. We didn't make it 3. Our system got 2 out of the 3 funded. In rail and freight, there was 0 and 0. You can't fund what you don't ask for. So that may be a different problem than it's not like they're not scoring well.
I understand that.
It is not being
No,
submitted.
I'm clear on that. It's something about the process that doesn't have those in those categories inclined to make application. I wonder if, as an outcome of this round in particular, we should be looking at that and attempting to adjust the program to first understand why we're not getting them, and then ultimately adjust the program to make sure that we're more inclusive and that we actually accomplish the basic multimodal mission.
I think this is a cost-benefit ratio.
I understand.
System, right? So if rail transit, there's not a lot of rail transit.
Yeah, that as well.
Right? And if rail transit is not going to score well, or you don't like, or you don't have a project, then you don't submit it. It's cost-benefit. And so we want to be multimodal, but we don't want to be multimodal and fund things that don't make any sense to fund because they don't bring you benefit commensurate with their cost.
I think of the categories, Brooke, the category I'm most concerned with actually is TDM, that we have 0% on that. But please, you were going to comment?
Just to reiterate the point, though, that these are multimodal projects. I don't want that to get lost.
Yeah, the
50%,
highways are not
yeah,
multimodal either.
50% of highway have a bike and ped component on them. 25% of highway and bike and ped projects have a transit component on them. So these are absolutely multimodal. So I just want to separate out primary between a project and that they have these components as part of it, and we're just identifying what's the main component of the project. And then I will add this TDM project that you see up there is a park and ride project, but we do have 3 other projects that have park and ride lots on them, and some that are in the funding scenario.
Some of it, Mr. Casperts, we could help you with subsets here.
I was going to say that would be helpful.
Yeah, because it's not as it appears as much.
It's
right?
not a pure number.
Exactly. We'll do that, Ms. Jackson. Those numbers you just cited are great numbers. I mean, good information is what I mean, not good or bad, but it's good to have that information.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Dr. Smoot.
I think that Ms. Jackson just said something we need to keep in our heads, and that is that this is not an analysis of how money is spent in total. This is an analysis by how it was requested, leading to how it was spent. And in the case of highways in previous rounds, we found that there was a significant amount of those projects directed to bike and pedestrian improvements, which would not be reflected here.
That's exactly right.
So it would be wrong to believe that only, let's just say 9% of the money is being spent on bike and pedestrian improvements.
That's correct.
It's probably
So
more.
what we're gonna do is bring back some of that, what I call subsets in highway and those categories to show you what the subsets of that might be. So you have a better, it's a more clear picture. This is accurate. It's just not as clear as it could be. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That was going to lead me, and I don't want to jump ahead of Brooke, but I was wondering if there's any spreadsheet you're going to have that you can share that would show us the different rounds and how the staff scenario, maybe how it breaks out.
I'm not sure I know what you're asking for, Mr. Coleman. Do you just want this same slide for previous years? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's not,
Or one spreadsheet just with the staff scenarios where 43 highway on round 6 and 8 bike pedestrian, 2 with bus transit, et cetera.
yeah, it's right behind you.
Okay.
It's what's
All right.
coming in the
I
detail.
didn't know if you had something coming up.
Yeah, the detail is the next page. What it's not going to show you is round 5 and round 4 and round 3 and round 2 and round 1. It won't show you that, but it'll show you this round. All right, Ms. Jackson?
Sounds good, thank you. Going to move into covering every district's staff recommended projects. I'm going to highlight a few items on each district slide. But one thing I want to point out is the Smart Scale request includes any leverage. So you'll see in this example here, these 3 funded projects, that no funding, leverage funding was brought to the table. So the total cost and the Smart Scale request is exactly the same. But as you're tracking through this presentation, you'll be able to see where there is leverage and where there is not. The funded step is on the far right and what programmatic funding they were able to get through the Smart Scale process. And I'm going to try to make a couple connections between the process changes and improvements to some of the highlights that we see on this page. But we, again, do plan on coming back to y'all with more analysis in the future. So Bristol itself is area type D, and it is rural, and that focus is pretty much on safety. It's at 40%. That is the number one focus when you look at an area type D makeup of an area type. The top scoring project, and that is reflective of these projects. They are safety projects that are spot improvements. The top scoring project was the first one, the WISE project along US 23. And it was a turn lane and a signal improvement project, and it's getting benefits from safety and from the new land use application. So that did help these projects shine out a little bit more with that land use boost and factor on high safety scores. So that is where in type D you will see, and we actually didn't increase safety in type D. But additionally, economic development is your next one in area type Ds. To Culpeper is comprised of area type B. It's an even blend of all the different weighting factors. Mostly focused around Charlottesville is going to be that area type B, and then C and D are moving as you move out away from the Charlottesville central location. 3 out of the 4 projects recommended for funding were in that area type D category. They again, we're safety focused, spot improvement focused on the area type D ones. The area type B is the Charlottesville Albemarle MPO, which is actually located in Albemarle, this project, the Peter Jeff Parkway and Rolkin Road pipeline bundle. So again, this is a pipeline study that is getting recommended for funding. The area type D, this Charlottesville area, really saw a lot of impact out of the new economic development scoring. that came from the VEDP approach. And again, that relates to the area type weightings for D. So highest in safety, highest in economic development. Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg is area type B along in the Fredericksburg city area, and then area type D in the more rural areas. So B and D. Our first two were actually area type D, and they are targeted safety intersection improvements. I do want to highlight South Point. That is a quadrant roadway intersection in Spotsylvania. It has high congestion benefits. It's actually the second in the state, and also high accessibility. And those last two ones are area type B. And it says George Washington RC up there, but that is in Spotsylvania. All right, Hampton Roads is primarily type A, but they have A and D. So type A is going to be more focused on that congestion and accessibility, and type D is going to be focused again on that safety and economic development. And those are the areas that were boosted with our changes that we made for the policy changes last round. The US 17 widening was the third highest congestion score in the state. And 5 of these projects came as a result of the stars in the pipeline process. So 5 out of their 11 were recommended. And you can see there was some leverage here, not a lot, but one of the leverage projects, I think it was all on one project. Yeah, Isle of Wight, the first one. Most were funded out of DGP, with the last being HPP. Lynchburg is mostly area type D, again, safety and economic development. The first two are area type D with safety-focused intersection improvements, and then we had a couple corridor improvements that were in area type C, and they were Timberlake Road and the Route 29. They were safety-focused, access management style projects with high safety scores. On to Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia is 100% area type A, focused on congestion and accessibility, but as a result of the review, we increased safety. So it went from 5% to 10%, and I saw that when I was reviewing the scores, that safety was taking more of the show for the Northern Virginia projects that were recommended for funding. US 29 improvement had the highest land use score in the state, and we also saw a high environmental score in the Northern Virginia area, and that has to do with the multimodal components. There is a greenhouse gas offset score that comes out of the environmental score, and that has to do with your non-single occupancy vehicles. So transit style improvements and bike and ped improvements, they'll show through in the environmental score. So all of these did really well in that category. On to Richmond. Richmond is a blend of area type B and also has a little bit of C and D in it. But most of these projects that are recommended are in area type B, and that is the most balanced across the board, where you have safety, congestion, accessibility. They all have pretty balanced amounts of weight to them. The Richmond district received some of the highest scores with the new economic development system. And then 6 were focused on interstate projects, a lot of interchange improvements that you'll see here. There's also a 288 auxiliary lane included in this scenario. Winston Churchill had a top 5 safety score in the state with multiple roundabouts and ped improvements. And there was also very high safety scores driving a lot of this funding cost. This was our highest leverage district. You can see on the bottom there the difference between the smart scale request and the total cost. So that funding, the leverage funding, is shining through in some of the selections that you see here. I also want to point out that there is a lot of regional entities that are applicants here. So some of the localities that you can't see because they're named by their regional entity is actually, we have a couple Chesterfield projects, City of Richmond, Hopewell, Petersburg, and Henrico and Richmond City. that is being shown throughout those regional entity projects. On to Salem District. Salem is majority type D with some B in the Roanoke area and type C in the Christiansburg, Blacksburg area. All the projects that were recommended for funding out of Salem were in area type D, and as such, they are targeted safety improvements with very high safety scores. And our last district is Stanton. And Stanton is majority area type D with some C along the towns of Lexington, Stanton, and Winchester. And again, so that's going to be more focused on that safety and economic development. They did see a lot of benefits from that economic development scoring because there are a lot of business sites along the I-81 corridor. Makes sense with all the truck traffic that is along I-81. And some of those new economic development scores were reflected in what you see in the funding. There were about half and half HPP, 2 HPP and 4 DGP recommended for funding out of the Stanton. So, what's next? So for starting for today, we are going to be posting the scorecards that I was discussing to our website by the end of the day. We're also going to email them to you all. And we will be letting our applicant community know. We'll be emailing them, letting them know the results are available on the website. We'll have that posted on our homepage. And we'll have the scorecards, and we'll have an Excel spreadsheet with additional detailed results for folks to review and to analyze however they would like. After today, you'll be working on the consensus scenario that we've been talking about. You'll consider potential revisions to the staff recommended funding scenario. We'll be working together until about April. When April, we go to the public hearings and the spring SIP meetings, and that will be offering up any revisions to the public to the staff recommended scenario. And coming back here in May for the consensus scenario, and then again in June, we will adopt the 6-year improvement program, the projects to the 6-year improvement program. That's it. That's all I have for you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Kaspertz.
Hey, Brooke, when will we have the full scoring package?
Right after this meeting, yes.
Okay,
I will
great.
provide that, yes, today.
Thank
We'll
you.
provide that directly to you today. Yes.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the bulk of the agenda. The next item on the agenda is director's items. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Everyone should have in their board packet my director's report. In the interest of time, I will not go through every one of those slides, but I will give you just a couple very quick highlights. Of course, Virginia Transit ridership is up, which is good. We still only have confirmed numbers for October, but as of the end of October 2024, we were at 99% of ridership from November 19, pre-pandemic. That is excluding WMATA and VRE. That is Virginia agency transit ridership. We're really proud of that. We're still crunching numbers on the November numbers that we just received, but we do hope and believe we will be back above pre-pandemic ridership levels. So more to come next month on that. Speaking of WMATA and their cost-saving and efficiency efforts, they did approve last month a better bus network redesign. That will be simplifying the Metro bus network. They are removing some unnecessary stops, improving some speeds, and condensing some routes. They also began stricter fare enforcement on their Metro bus, putting some plainclothes and uniform officers on routes and in stations. So we look forward to the report out on how that's going. And they returned to ATO, automatic train operations, on the red line only, as approved by the Washington Metropolitan Safety Commission. So depending on how that goes, we'll see if we're able to move forward on additional lines in the future with ATO. Some exciting news for the city of Danville. This week, NCDOT launched a new pilot inner-city bus service that's connecting the city of Danville to Winston-Salem and Greensboro, North Carolina. Specifically, North Carolina's new route will connect with two Virginia Breeze routes. Most importantly, while DRPT and the city of Danville assisted and supported and provided technical assistance in this effort, this is all funded by North Carolina DOT. So more to
That's
come.
because they all want to come to Danville.
That's right. That's exactly
Here,
right.
here. Come
And-
on, and you can move on up here. Bring your goods with you, and we'll give you a place to live. And
There you go. And finally, I just wanted to respond to some of the questions that we received back in December about the marketing and utilization of our rail industrial access program. Almost 2 months on the job, I did a lot of historical searching and digging on what we've done in the past, and I have to tell you, I was thoroughly impressed. We had a really impressive marketing campaign last spring, and we put together a bunch of numbers. So instead of just shooting this into your inbox without any context, I wanted to let everyone know that's coming. We're going to send it out all to everyone after this meeting. So please feel free to follow up with any questions you may have. Most importantly, if you haven't seen it, I hope you will all click the link that I'm going to send that shares our marketing commercial that was created. It's now on our YouTube page. And feel free to send it to your chambers and your economic development organizations. And I will also explain a little bit more about our ongoing efforts in that, in marketing that program. Thank you, Secretary.
thank you, Director. Any questions? Yes, yes, ma'am, Ms. Green.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the report. Thank you for the reference of Danville. One thing I noticed on the marketing materials, and I know this is a partnership, but North Carolina's leading it, what it says is we now have access for Virginia to Greensboro, or we now have access for Danville to Greensboro, instead of Danville between Danville and Greensboro. So anything we can do to get them to say between instead of to North Carolina, I'd
I
appreciate
thought
it.
it was people wanting to come from Greensboro to Danville. I didn't think
With
it was.
you. Absolutely. I'm totally with
I'd have
you.
written it totally opposite. I think the director made a good point. All this is being funded by North Carolina DOT. And so sometimes, the people that bring the money get to decide what it looks like. Sometimes. We'll work on that, ma'am. All right, anyone else? Commissioner, you've had fun last number of weeks. Why don't you give us a short update?
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, just a quick update that's contained in your pamphlet is my quarterly report for the second quarter of fiscal year. It does show on the front page a motor grader with a plow on top of it. It's quite fitting over the last week and a half. I was not planning on having a snow picture on it, but we were prepared to have my quarter report talk about all the good work the men and the women do to prepare for snow. But we changed it at the last minute to include some of our activities over the last week and a half that if, in dog years, it feels like about a month and a half in staff time. So what you have in front of you is talking about our snow response on the first page. The second page really starts highlighting the effects of Hurricane Helene, and the picture that's included in that is the great work of the men and women from Stanton District who were able to provide and erect a temporary bridge down in Taylor's Valley in 36 hours to restore that community. So it's highlighted with a couple facts in here. Our 511 update, a grant that we received from the federal government on low carbon emission for concrete, and some other items in here that may be of interest to you. So please take the time to read up on it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Also, in the interest of time, I will yield my results to the action meeting.
Any questions to the Commissioner? I will note that the couple from Taylor's Valley who I spoke of before were part of the Governor's State of the Commonwealth speech yesterday, and were up here. And that was a couple that I got to stand with and talk to and actually hold hands and pray with during that Helene recovery. And it just is remarkable. It continues to be remarkable. These are folks in their, I think in their late 70s, who were in a house, and when the river decided to go a different way, it took their house and took it down the river, cut it in half, threw the gentleman out who tied himself to a bush in the river, took the wife down the river in the house until it stuck somewhere. She was stuck in the house. He was in the water about 3 hours, tied to a bush, until a Black Hawk helicopter found him and rescued him. And then they went and found the wife, and she was okay. And so they were both, I saw them, you know, the next day, 2 days later, and he was beat up and battered, but he looked just fine otherwise, and his attitude was fantastic, and her attitude was fantastic. And they were there yesterday. And, you know, it was just pretty darn neat. Pretty darn neat what they did. Thank you, sir, for all your good work, and that was a heck of a thing in that community down there. The commissioner got to show the governor and I how fast he can erect a bridge. So the next time I want a bridge, Mr. Commissioner, I expect it to happen that fast. But bridge was up in a couple days, and it was hauling trucks. It was amazing to watch. It was really quite neat. So good work, sir. Any comments or any questions of the commissioner?
Well, we have one in Fredericksburg that needs to be repaired, so can we
Plan,
expect
ma'am.
that?
It's in the plan.
So a couple days?
It's a little longer. We can
I
only
hear
do
that's all
90,
we
we can
need.
only do, how many feet? How many feet?
I have the feet
There's a-
memorized, but
yeah.
your bridge is a lot longer and a lot taller
Yeah, your
than.
bridge is a little bit more complicated than that.
4 days.
Right.
3.5. All right, that, without any further questions, I'm going to adjourn the workshop meeting. I'm going to call to order the action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and our first time on the agenda is public comment. Is anyone here from the public that would like to speak? Even if you haven't signed up, if you feel compelled, we'd love to hear from you. Hearing none, I'll call for the approval of the minutes, which were distributed in your package. Are there any suggestions for change or? Hearing none, I'd take a motion to approve. Ms. Green moves. Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 1, Office of Land Use, action on an abandonment, primary system of state highways, Route FR-1018 in Appomattox County, located within the Lynchburg District. Mr. Hoffrichter, good afternoon and welcome. Hope you're well.
Good afternoon, sir, and members of the board. This is an abandonment requested by the adjacent property owner. It's 4/100ths of a mile, so 200-some feet. And since it only serves the one property owner, local staff and us decided that it does warrant that abandonment, and the local government has also provided their support.
Comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Ms. Green moves. Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Maintenance Division, item number 2, action on commemorative naming at the request of Wise County of the bridge on Route 613, East Stone Gap Road in Wise County over Beaver Creek Dam as the Tate Brothers Memorial Bridge located within the Bristol District. Mr. Prezioso, welcome and I hope you're well today.
Doing well, thank you, sir. Before you today is the request to do a bridge naming in Bristol District, as Secretary noted, in Wise County. This is the Board of Supervisors approved a resolution on this in November of last year. It's a very unique naming request. It is the naming for 4 brothers, the Tate Brothers Memorial Bridge. According to their resolution from the county, the brothers Creed, Fleet, Woodrow, and James, they were the sons of Peter and Laura Tate, and they all served in the United States Armed Forces. Chief Gunner's Mate Creed was in the Navy and participated in battles in the Pacific. Sergeant Fleet Tate was in the Army as a mortarman, and he played some significant roles in the efforts in New Guinea, Luzon, and the Philippines. Gunner's Mate James Tate served valiantly in the Navy in the Northern Atlantic, contributing to many critical naval operations. And then Sergeant Woodrow Tate demonstrated excellent bravery serving with the Marines in the South Pacific. So you have 4 brothers here that contributed not only to the nation, but when they came back, they contributed significantly to their community as well. Each of these brothers have passed away over the past 20 years or so. Creed Tate passed away in 2005. Fleet Tate passed away in 2010. James Tate passed away in 1997, and Woodrow Tate passed away in 1998. If you were to approve this, the bridge on Route 613 in Wise County over Beaver Dam Creek would become known as the Tate Brothers Memorial Bridge.
Thank you, sir. Before asking for a motion, I'd just like to make a comment. As somebody who was born in the late 50s, I grew up, with father and grandfathers who had served in previous actions. But really, since I was a kid, Vietnam was pretty impactful, but, obviously any conflict or war is impactful. And when people get injured or hurt, it doesn't really matter how many or where or what else they're injured or killed. But the folks that don't have the same eyes on what World War II was all about, so different than anything I've ever seen or experienced, where the whole nation was all in, right? And while that was a horrible situation, I think something came out of it good. Not just winning against the bad guys, if you will, but just everybody was all in. And that's a different world when you have to be all in for your own survival than sort of what we deal with today. And so I look back on people like this and just with great reverence, and anything that we can do to, I think, is just profoundly important and obviously appropriate. So with that, I'd ask you if you, I'd ask for a resolution, a motion to approve this. Mr. Folks.
Mr. Secretary, it is with honor and it's a privilege to make this motion. It may be the first in the history of the Commonwealth where we're honoring 4 brothers, all who served with distinction in World War II, and naming a bridge after them. So I make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Folks. Is there a second? Mr. Coleman? Mr. Coleman seconds. So if, as our convention here, if you would like to vote, show your affirmative action on this, please join me in rising. Is agenda item number 3, Infrastructure and Investment Division. Action on the revised FY 23 through 30 6-year improvement program transfers for November 15th, 2024 through December 15th, 2024. Ms. Kimberly Pryor. Welcome, Ms. Pryor. I hope you're well.
Thank you. You have in your packet a summary of the transfers from November and December that details the transfers that were processed, and I recommend your approval.
Your motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Kasperitz moves. Was it Mr. Davis or Mr. Good? Mr. Good seconded. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 4, action on smart scale project cancellation, Route 179 Market Street Road Diet Project, located within the Hampton Roads District. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Recall that I briefed you last month on a request from Accomack County to cancel the project that they had submitted previously for Smart Scale, the Route 179 Market Street Road Diet Project, due to some significant public opposition they had received to the project. You have a resolution approving the cancellation of that project, and I recommend your approval.
Mr. Stan.
So moved.
Mr. Coleman. So the citizens didn't like the diet. Imagine that. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 5, action on smart scale project cancellation, 5th Street Southwest and Ridge Project located within the Culpeper District. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I briefed you on this project as well last month. The city of Charlottesville has continued to right-size their portfolio of projects and wishes to advance their existing projects that are underway and has recommended cancellation of this project. You have a resolution before you, and I recommend your approval.
Pat Byers has a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Good seconds. Let me say this before we take the vote. I think the Culpeper District and Charlottesville and all those folks have really done a nice job trying to get straightened out there. And they've come together. You know, we pushed on them a little bit about having too many projects that weren't getting done on time, not getting done right. And they have really, from my perspective, really come to the table and tried to make this thing work the way it's supposed to work. And so I just want to recognize that and thank them and everybody else across the Commonwealth that does that. But we went and presented them with some concerns, and they accepted those and took action to make the thing right. And so whenever I see them doing these kinds of things, I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate what they've done there. So with that, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Item number 6, Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation. Action on rail industrial access to Sims Metal Southeast LLC Chesapeake, located within the Hampton Roads District. Mr. Todd.
Yes.
Welcome
Mr.
back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me back. Members of the board, Mr. Secretary, the resolution before you is for Sims Metal's application to the Rail Industrial Access Program. Their request is for $750,000 presented last month at the workshop, and I would recommend your approval.
Mr. Stant, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Todd, action on authorization for the Director of the Department of Rail and Public Transportation to enter into an agreement with the North Carolina Department of Transportation and the Virginia-North Carolina Interstate High-Speed Rail Compact relating to and providing a non-federal match to the receipt of federal funding for administration of the Virginia-North Carolina High-Speed Rail Interstate Compact and an analysis of the Southeast Rail Network so that those people from North Carolina can come to Virginia where they belong. Oh, it didn't say that. I'm so sorry. Mr. Kasperitz moves. Is there a second? Ms. Zeller seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Ms. Stockton. Item number 8, Virginia Department of Transportation, action on approval of Interstate 81 Corridor Improvement Program, progress report, and support for future actions relating to I-81 improvement projects. Mr. Manel, welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Before you is a resolution to approve the annual 81 Corridor Improvement Program progress report, which includes the content presented to you this morning at the workshop. And this report will be delivered to the General Assembly, as well as support for future actions related to continuing to advance the 5 identified additional candidate improvement program projects, as well as initiating the Corridor Improvement Plan update. Both of those actions being recommended by the I-81 Advisory Committee.
Secretary, I move approval.
Mr. Folks moves. Yes, sir.
May I make a comment?
Excuse me. Are there any Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'd ask that we strike the third resolved and bring it back later, but this is the part where it says to advance candidates that were identified in 2018 but have not yet been prioritized for funding in light of the presentation earlier this morning, where we're going to apparently do updates, collect data, and then have recommendations back to this body. So certainly I want to advance the I-81 program, but what I'd ask is that the third resolved be deleted from this resolution, and it could be brought back up, if I'm reading this correctly, in February through May, based on this morning's presentation.
Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, I think it's up to the board to be able to make that call. The comment that I would make, though, overall is those 4 additional projects and the additional recommendation were part of the original plan that rose to the top of the top 25% need, whether it be safety, congestion, or economic development access along the corridor. So they will not, in order to get those into the program, the board's going to have to take action, as you said, in the next 2-3 months.
Correct.
To be able to look at that.
We won't reanalyze anything in the next 2 or 3 months, Mr. Lawson.
What I was basing it on was the schedule, slide 26 from this morning, where there's going to be data collection now, and then February through May, issue identification. My only point is, and my experience has been, a lot's happened, a lot has changed since 2018, and we would do well if we can afford a couple of months to look at it, reevaluate it, and try to make sure that those things that were priorities in 18 are still priorities in 25. I'm guessing there's going to be some changes, but if we can afford the extra analysis, I think we would benefit well from it.
Mr. Secretary, I say that any analysis that is undertaken would not be ready and available for consideration until October of this year. You're right that we're in a data collection mode. We're going to be identifying the issues along the corridor, but from a prioritization and identification of the top 25 along the corridor would not be held until October at least. So the plan is to have the top 25 location or the projects identified for the next tranche of funding approved by this board December of next year, at the latest January of next year. But we would not have.
December of this year.
December of 25.
A year from now.
Thank you.
So it's not what I would recommend. I think it's been through the committee, it's been to us. We can change it, Mr. Lawson. But you could sort of do this forever. Like we're doing 10-year things here. And if we want to stop and do 2-year things or 3-year things, we could do that, but it's not advised. We have the data that we have. We believe this is the right thing. The committee thinks it's the right thing. The advisory committee thinks it's the right thing. And we want to advance it, and if we find out that something's changed and we don't like it, we got plenty of time to change that, and we'll change it.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Mr. Laird.
based on our conversations this morning, if we approve this, we won't even, those projects will not get evaluated at all. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we're working off of 6-year data on these projects where we have the opportunity maybe to review. So it's tough for me to make a decision about going ahead with a project based on 6-year data when we're going to study it over the next 6 to 9 months and come up with a suggestion or an analysis of all the projects. But these won't even get analyzed if we don't throw it into the hopper.
Commissioner.
Because we would already have put this into the program of projects that are going to be funded. So the board's going to take action to incorporate these additional 5 into the 81 approved set of projects. And what we're going to be doing over the next course of the year is look at the additional projects that would be available for the next tranche of funding. The board can take it out and just.
Well, let me suggest this.
Let him finish.
Sorry.
The board can certainly take these 5 projects out and put these back into into the analysis that'll be undertaken this year. You can certainly do that. We're not going to be able to put any preliminary engineering funding on it right now to be able to advance them. So it will not have an impact in the immediate years. So it's your call.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Laird.
what if we kept them in, but still analyzed them?
And make
That's
that.
what I would do.
We can make that as part of.
Because I think you're dead on right. And listen, we just changed 3 or 4 projects in the last couple of years that we're in, right? We moved them around, we added one, we took one out, we moved it up here, we did 2 concurrently. So to your point, I think we ought to always be looking at these as they're going along, and they're not cast in stone here. So I like that concept. That
So
you
can that be?
advance them, but you have them reanalyzed.
That's an excellent suggestion. I'm fine with that, as long as they're still in the analysis
Analysis
bucket. And if the motion is
Yes, let's make the motion
edited
that
to that.
whatever the right words need to be to advance them in the program, but to reanalyze them along with all the new projects that we look at. Pardon me. And that we reanalyze them as part of the whole group. I think that makes a lot of sense.
We're fine with that.
All right, so let's put the right words to that, please. And then we would just change the resolution to ensure that while we're advancing these new projects, that they will be part of the analysis that we're undertaking in the coming year to ensure that we want to keep them in the approved projects. Everybody good with that? So
Yes, sir.
consider the resolution is changed to that. And then, Mr. Lawson, do we have
I'll
a
make that
motion to approve?
motion.
Mr. Laird, do we have a second?
Sir.
Is there further discussion? Good work. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? And now the fun part becomes Mr. Coker. How we doing, Mr. Coker? You're growing that beard a little longer. I'm thinking you might be trying to hide from somebody.
No, sir. Just
No,
trying to
sir?
stay warm in this
Just
chilly
trying to
weather.
stay warm in the cool temperatures. All right, Mr. Coker. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Well, Happy New Year to you, sir.
Let's talk about our bids. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have 18 projects for your consideration.
Order number 136 in the Bristol District. Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. Order 136, Bristol District. We have multiple UPCs. This is a 2025 latex modified project on the primary and secondary systems in Lee and Scott counties. We received 2 bids. The low bid was from Slurry Pavers of Richmond, Virginia, with a bid of $5,217,318. This is within range, and I recommend approval.
Ms. Davis.
Approval.
Mr. Folks, I'm sorry. I'm giving credit to where the work's coming from,
Perfectly
not where it's
okay.
being done. I'm sorry, Mr. Folks. Mr. Folks moved. Who gave a second?
Sellers.
Ms. Sellers seconded. I apologize. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 138.
Order 138, the Bristol District. Again, we have multiple UPCs. This is a 2025 latex modified project on the primary and secondary systems in Russell and Tazewell counties. We received 2 bids, with the low bid from Slurry Pavers for $6,031,038. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Move
Ms.
approval.
Folks, thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Sellers, second? Ms. Sellers,
Oh, second?
pay
I'm
attention.
trying to figure out what this is for.
Sorry, lady. Are there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number L61 in the Fredericksburg District.
Order L61, the Fredericksburg District. This is UPC 120057. This is the Norris Bridge Steel Repairs Project in Middlesex and Lancaster counties. We received 6 bids, with a low bid from Fresnay for $7,071,780. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Ms. Sellers moves. Is there a second?
Second.
You had too many seconds. Mr. Lawson gets this one. Second? Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 266, Salem.
Order 266 in the Salem District. This is UPC 125720 and 125721. This is a 2025 plant mix project on the secondary systems in Patrick and Henry counties. We received 2 bids with a low bid from APAC Atlantic for $7,035,574. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Dr. Smoot.
I move approval.
Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds, but we're going to let Ms. Green second it, because these people from Greensburg keep trying to come to Virginia. Look at it, it's right here. It's right here on the paper. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Order number M06, Hampton Roads District. Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. This is Order M06 in the Hampton Roads District. This is UPC 122643. This is a bridge repair project in various counties. We received 4 bids. A low bid from OTB Associates for $6,494,985. This does exceed the range. I am recommending award. We received 4 bidders. Then we had a tight grouping. We think this is market value. This project also had a unique repair detail that we internally we underestimated, but all the bidders had similar pricing across the board. So we think that's where the bust was, so we're recommending award.
It was relatively close. There were 4 bettors. They were close.
Yes, sir.
And you think it meets the market?
Yes, sir.
Is there any further discussion?
So moved.
Is there Mr. Stamp moves, is there a second? Mr. Coleman seconds. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 269 in the Salem District.
Order 269 in the Salem District. We have 2 UPCs on this one. This is a 2025 plant mix project on the interstate and secondary systems in Carroll County. We received 1 bid from Adams Construction Company for $10,075,985. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Dr. Smoot.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Laird seconds. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 459 in the Richmond District.
Order 459 in the Richmond District. This is UPC 125594. This is a 2025 plant mix project on the interstate in Hanover and Henrico counties. We received 1 bid from Allen Myers of Virginia for a price of $7,955,777. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Ms. Davis.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lawson seconds. Is there further discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Casperts.
Yeah, I've often heard that the plant mix is challenging in some of our outlying districts.
I think there's multiple issues. One, I think it's capacity. 2, this is a fairly large project, so there are a limited number of contractors that can handle this size. And the way plant mix projects operate, you have to be close to your batch plant. So there's only a certain number of batch plants throughout the Commonwealth, and unless you got a buddy that's got one close to the project, you're kind of not conflicted out, but excluded from
Whole
participating.
plant mix thing is challenging because you can't establish new locations very easily, and they are where they are, and you can't travel but so far. And so within the range is really important here. That's what we'd like to have more. Any further discussion? Did we have a motion, Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And who was the second? Is there further discussion, Ms. Casperts? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? No. Okay. Okay. Order number L94, Northern Virginia.
Order L94 in the Northern Virginia District. This is UPC 121699. This is a structural steel bridge repairs in Arlington and Fairfax counties. We received 3 bids with a low bidder from Martin's Construction Corporation of $5,704,149. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Gribben moves, Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number M08, Northern Virginia.
Order M08 in Northern Virginia District. This is UPC 125317. This is an on-call pedestrian traffic signal modifications project district-wide. We received 4 bids. The low bid from VSL Electrical Signing Lighting LLC of $5,267,313. This does exceed the range, but I'm recommending award. Again, we had 4 bidders. We had a tight grouping, and the second bid was within 5% of the low bid, so we do feel this is market value.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Gribbon moves and Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further? Favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 148 in the Bristol District.
Order 148 in the Bristol District. This is UPC 125334. It's a 2025 plant mix project on the primary system in Buchanan, Russell, and Tazewell counties. We received 2 bids with a low bidder from WL Construction and Paving for $5,298,923. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Move approval.
Mr. Folks moves and Dr. Smoot seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Are we in order number 330?
Yes, sir.
Order number 330 in Lynchburg District.
Yes, sir. Order 330, Lynchburg District. We have multiple UPCs. This is a state of good repair 2025 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in city of Danville and Pennsylvania County. We received 1 bid from Adams Construction Company for $6,846,646. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Are there comments or questions? Green moves. Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Mr. Caspertz votes no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 332 in Lynchburg.
Order 332 in Lynchburg District. Again, we have multiple UPCs. This is a state of good repair 2025 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in the city of Lynchburg, Appomattox, and Campbell counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Adams Construction Company with a price of $7,747,490. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Ms. Green moves. Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 548, Hampton Roads.
Order 548 in the Hampton Roads District. Again, we have multiple UPCs. This is a 2025 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in Northampton and Accomack counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Allen Myers of Virginia with a price of $6,866,777. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Ms. Stant moves. Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 265 in the Salem District.
Order 265 in the Salem District. We have 2 UPCs. This is a 2025 plant mix project on the secondary system in various counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Adams Construction Company with a price of $10,304,846. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Dr. Smoot.
Move approval.
Second. Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 267 in the Salem District.
Order 267 in the Salem District. We have 2 UPCs on this one. This is a 2025 plant mix project in the primary and secondary systems in Franklin and Bedford counties. We received 2 bids. Low bidder was Adams Construction Company with a price of $6,295,219. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Dr. Smoot.
I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Green seconds. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Mr. Laird.
and a quick addition, and I could be off, but it seems that Adams has gotten approximately $40 million worth of contracts just today. And my question is, not that they don't deserve it, not that they're not capable of it, but I assume they have others also. Are they going to run into a capacity problem? Do we know? Do we ask that question? What's their limit?
Their limit is determined by the bonding company, and they're required to bond every contract that they're awarded.
Chief engineer wants to come talk. He's been feeling left out today.
Glad I got him up.
I'm glad.
Trying to follow him, sir. Mr. Laird, sir, yeah, by the bonding is one area that they're limited by. Adams is a huge corporation. They do work all across the state. At this point in time, we don't have any concerns with their capacity to do the work. But they are one of the 3 top firms in the state and have been for several years. So we do monitor that closely, very closely.
Thank you.
Point, Mr. Laird. Further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 657 in the Fredericksburg District.
Order 657 in the Fredericksburg District, we have multiple UPCs. This is a 2025 plant mix project on the primary and secondary system in various counties. We received 1 bid from Allen Myers for $5,834,777. This is within range, and we recommend award.
Ms. Sellers. We have a motion. We have a second, Mr. Davis?
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Mr. Casper's vote is no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number L39, Hampton Roads District.
Order L39 in the Hampton Roads District. This is the Berkeley Bridge mechanical and electrical system replacement in the city of Norfolk. We received 2 bids. Low bid from PCL Construction for $78,219,287. This is within range, and we're recommending award.
Ms. Stant. Second. Mr. Coleman seconds. Mr. Stant motions. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. And finally, we have order number DB 133 in the Richmond District. This is a really cool thing here, folks. Mr. Coker.
This is order DB 133 in the Richmond District. This is UPC 123831. This is the I-64 Gap B segment widening project in New Kent County. We received 2 bids. The best value bid from Shirley Contracting Company was $203,750,500. This is within range, and we recommend award.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
But just try to shut out Mr. Coleman. Mr. Davis moved. I'll let Mr. Coleman second. Let me say this. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Kasperitz.
Just a question. The best value bid, does that mean that the one we've selected is not the low bidder?
They had the highest combined score, but their technical proposal and their bid combined.
So let me say this. So when we score some of these projects, some of it has a technical score because they're designing it and they're putting things in, and it's not all down to the nth detail as to what we want. And so we judge that. There's 2 different factors that judge that. So if somebody brings creativity to the design, makes it better, replaces more or less. There may be an overpass going over and one person might repair it, somebody else replaces it. All those things can add into their technical score and to best value.
So the bids have different scopes of work possibly?
They're open scopes, right? So you say, go do this project and tell me what you're gonna do and how much it'll cost. So we got a cost piece that may not be apples to apples with the other cost piece because it's not down to the nth detail. Is that fair enough, Mr. Chief Engineer?
So, yeah,
You
yes,
want to
sir.
clean me up a little bit here?
I'll back clean up, sir.
Okay.
So the firms are provided the same scope. What they do come back with is different forms of how they're going to design the project and how they're going to construct the project. So that goes into part of the technical proposals. So what we're looking for is their adherence to our standards, their ability to take a risk off of us, their innovation, and that's part of the scoring process. And the scoring process is a very detailed process that we go through. And that is, so you have a technical score that comes out of that group, and then you have the price. On this particular job, the individual firm that received the project was not the low bid, but the bids were very close, very close. Mr.
Secretary, could I ask, I'm just curious, when we do this, we got two, everybody loves an auction. Do you let the other group give a proposal based on that alternative design or other scope of work?
And again, it's not a different scope. We give the same scope. We ask them to come up with how they're going to design it.
Then use your words, that way they're going to design, so Shirley comes up with their version. Do you give that to contractor X to see if they can beat it?
No.
They gotta come up with
It's
their own.
proprietary.
Okay.
So, Ms. Secretary, these bids were within $1.5 million, if I recall, in my reading.
Less than that.
Less than that, $1 million on a $203 million bid, so it's very, very close.
And I would tell you, as an aside, one of the things that I've asked for is, does it ever, because I lived in this world for a long time, and I really didn't like it as a contractor, but if I was a customer, I'd like it a lot. Which, when these things were really close like this, do we go back and say, okay, how about a best and final? Is there any provision for that? There's not in this case, but there may be in the future, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. Just to try to, and I hated that, by the way. You know, I was in the lead and they wanted me to give more. And in most cases, guess what happened? I gave more, right? And so in the interest of the Commonwealth's taxpayers, we'll be looking at those sorts of things. But my earlier comments were going to be, you know, we got this project really rolling and fast. The commissioner and his team did a tremendous job. You know, we broke this whole 30-mile project into 3 segments, right? We did the west segment first, which CVTA helped us with. Then we bid the eastern segment second. And then we had 2 different contractors out there working within 10 miles of each other. They were big contractors working on the exact same road, just 10 miles apart. And we said, oh, bid the middle now. We got really good numbers, right? We got really good numbers. And that's a beautiful thing, and I mean, it's not rocket science, Commissioner, but great work. I mean, just to stage it that way and to do it that way, so you get rid of all these mobilization or a bunch of mobilization costs. You got people who are out there, they're working, their people are there, they're used to it, they understand what they're dealing with, and they're competing against one another. So we got a good result here, and we're excited to get this done. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Coker. Thank you, Chief Engineer. Appreciate it very much.
Sure.
Item number 10 on the agenda is action on Fredericksburg Bundle Interstate Maintenance Services, order number 2 STP-72170. Mr. Prezioso.
So before you today is the bid for the Bundled Interstate Maintenance Services contract. This is just routine maintenance. It's a 5-year contract. This is not anything like the resurfacing or overlay contracts that you were talking about earlier. This is routine maintenance. There were 2 bids on this. The combined price for 2 lots is $31,714,750,000.
Mr. Prezioso, what is routine maintenance?
Glad you asked, sir. Routine maintenance in this case, it includes all sorts of items, including associated with the highway, if you've got potholes, pothole repair, dealing with drainage structures, making sure the pipes are open and clean, making sure the ditches are open and clean, dealing with the roadside as far as the vegetation management, dealing with tree trimming, mowing, these type of items. They're all included in there. So these are routine cyclical, largely cyclical items that will happen on an annual basis. The contractor proposes a schedule. We work with the contractor. They come up with a schedule, and then we pay them partially, it's a fixed cost, but then we also pay them for mowing. We'll pay them by the acre based on the amount of mowing that they do, because we may ask them to do 2, 3, or 4 cycles. We can up or down that based on the mowing needs that are out there.
And this is part of the balance I was talking about earlier in terms of maintenance, right? We set targets. We're trying to meet those targets. Do you mow 3 times or 2 times or 4 times? You may want to mow 4 and you only do 3. And it's adequate. It's not preferred, but it's a third the cost less, right? And so we make those decisions all the time in trying to work on these kinds of issues. And I'll tell you, as I drive around the state, the commissioner loves it, particularly because I get to call him and say, how about this, and how about that, and how about this, and how about that? He particularly looks forward to hearing from me about those things. But the point is, if you wanted to be picky, right, that would never end. Everything can be better. Everything could look better. It's never ending. And so where's the right balance, right? For me, when it's egregious or when it's unsafe, I had a project, or not a project, but a little area on a exit ramp that I thought was unsafe. And I came around the corner, could have killed somebody. He stopped in the middle of the road on an exit, on a cloverleaf exit ramp, or not a cloverleaf, but a half cloverleaf exit ramp. And the vegetation was right up to the guardrail, and it was a tight turn. And this guy, I told you this before, he was out of gas or out of something, and he had stopped his car, and he was at the tail end of his car, standing in the travel lane with his flashers on, and as you came around the corner, he was between you and his car. And I thought, oh my gosh, right? Well, you couldn't see until you came around the corner. And so those bushes, that trimming got done and got pushed back. Now, when you have 130,000 miles of road, and you have 2 sides, right? That's 260,000 sides of road. That's a lot of road. And to think that it's all going to be perfect all the time, it's just not. And so we focus on the ones that are the most, that need it the most, that go to safety and those kinds of things. And sometimes the trees might grow a little longer, or the grass might grow a little longer than we'd like it to be. And those are decisions that we have to make, and whether that's a $31 million number or a $62 million number. Those are the decisions we make. So, Mr. Prezioso, is there any comments or questions on this? Ms. Sellers moves approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Green, Mr. Davis seconds. He's working something over. He's trying to get something back. I'm telling you this, Ms. Green. Watch him. All right, we got a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Outstanding. Is there any new business to come before the board? Hearing none, I want to thank you so much. I want to thank the staff and all the folks that make this work. Carol, you and your team and everybody that makes the logistics work here, but the whole VDOT team, the whole DRPT team, that really is an outstanding group of people who do really great work, and I appreciate it so much. With that, we're adjourned.